Hey, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shit, 1 second here. Damn it. There we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is John, aka Golden John Ion. We're back in Wasteland. Seems like we got a problem with shadows again. Alright. Where did we last leave off? Yeah, let's go to Sutton. Actually, we gotta go back and talk to Dutch. Didn't we already do that? No, we already did that. Alright, let's go to Sutton. This is right there. Someone's camp close by. This game freeze? I think it did. One moment. All right, we're back. So it brought me to Sutton. What the fuck we getting in here? Oh, why do I keep going for the legs? There we go. Take everything. Fuck. There we go.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm home. Sorry it's been so long, but I couldn't get away.
All right, let's rest.
I know neither of you is around to hear this, but I miss you. I miss watching Dad grade papers on the living room table. I miss the three of us huddled around the radio, listening to the Silver Shroud. Dad, you were right about what living underground would really be like. 25 years locked in with the same people was a challenge. But watching them pair up, get married, have children, well, I think I got to know a little bit of what you and Mom were always telling me.
Why did I get up?
Well, since I'm doing this whole trip down memory lane, maybe a walk over to the old high school is in order.
Just trying to get some help back here. Now the overseas up there. I don't want to go talk to her yet. So she wanted me to go to Morgantown. Nice.
M. Authorized to trade supplies and equipment.
Where? No, I'm not doing that. Is there a fuck? Scorch Beast.
Overseer's personal girl. I was in my junior year when I got the news that Mom died. My everyone in West Virginia has a story like that in their family. You never think it's going to be dead. I started living in the library more than before, and I was already there most days to begin with. Heaven. Mom had introduced us just a few months before. Graduated a year ahead of me, just went right to work in time. So handsome. Oh, and arms. What West Virginia girl could resist all that? I can't believe he stuck with me. After the funeral, I didn't want anyone around. There he was, showing up in the library after his shift with a lunchbox for us to share. Every day.
Nice, level 15.
And I met the people from Vault-Tec. It was like a light turned on. Protecting families, protecting their future, protecting America. The first thing I did when I got the acceptance letter to Vault-Tec University was head over to Mom's grave with Dad. He was happy I was staying in West Virginia. So was I.
Oh, an expeditions team. What is with the shadowing? All right, let's join this event. Alright, we're just gonna chill here for the mission.
Welcome to Nuka World on tour. Would you like a balloon? Well, hello there. Are you having fun?
Be quick with your buffering.
I'm just gonna chill out here and just shoot from a high. I think this is a level 40 or 20 mission. And I am not there.
Find a cutout and stick up, find a safe to crack. Just find the goods and get them back to the wagon. Time's a ticking.
So I'm more of a... I usually participate, so I don't mind the fact of not doing it every now and then. At least until I get up to a higher level. So we gotta go to Valtech University after this.
I hear tell that a certain duo of desperados are laying low in town somewhere. If you can smuggle them out of town, you'll get a boost. Someone found Cappy the Kid. Bullseye! You got that goofy gold garment real good. A bonus well earned. Wait! Amazing job! You got quite the haul here. Gabby and Bottle have been smuggled to the wagon and done added their spoils to your store. Oh no, a cavalry leader. Y'all better stop him from shooting up the wagon. If old Lily pops a wheel, it'll be game over.
Not a lot of robots, though. It's a... Usually there's like assaultrons and stuff.
It's high noon, folks. You know what that means. The sheriff's back in town. And he's got his eye on the wagon.
No.
And that time... Yeah! You done did it, partners.
Sweet.
Take your prizes and ride off into the dust.
It's gonna blow up.
Or
Boom.
maybe over to the concession stand for a victory round of ice cold Nuka-Cola.
There we go. There we
You'll
go.
come back and play again, you hear? Now to get peace and come clean up this mess.
How can I make your day more fun?
Hey there, adventurer. Here to explore the fairgrounds?
Okay, we'll keep all that.
Make sure to give the food stall a visit. Got all sorts of fine treats around there.
Welcome to Nuka World on tour. Would you like a balloon? Have you met my friend Bruno yet? They say he is the strongest bot in the world.
Energy up. Today might be your lucky day. Why not give the Nuka K a go?
I'm probably never gonna use that. Alright, let's get rid of that. You. What the hell is going on? Seems like they're following someone. Okay.
Well, hello there. Are you having fun?
Let's get to the train stations. That was good to go. You get the train stations. So we gotta go to Vault-Tec U after this.
Requisitions now available. Free supply here, citizen.
Keep all that. Da-da-da-da-da. So we get level 15 too. We're just gonna start looking for power armor. Oh, we are past 15, aren't we? We're at 15.
Now
Nice.
trading for supplies and
So we gotta get we need to get a power armor frame. Got no weapons. Got any notes?
ammunition and other supplies available here.
Nah.
Be sure to stock up while you can.
Let's go more fast travel spot.
Is prohibited. And all employees must return. Kill.
Hello. I was looking for one of these. Level 30. But we need this frame though. Hell yeah.
Is there something you need? This is big. Currently, we're trying to carve a path. Protecting the brown. Just keep in mind. Oh.
Search tough survivors. Alright, we gotta turn off some fucking shit here. We're getting to... There we go. So we gotta go to the Morgantown Airport again. What about the Valtech University
now that
one?
people have come back to this area, they'll all want to be setting up places like Foundation.
Oh, we were already in the university, weren't we? No, we weren't we? Oh, I should see the event. Must have. No. Toggle active. Okay, okay. So let's... Ooh, I'm not doing that one. That is actually very hard. Okay, you got a lot of ammo. I might actually have some armor I can put on. Yep. Yep. And yep. Hell yeah. 1, 2, 3 pieces. Fuck. Okay. How the fuck do I get over there? Yeah, we definitely gotta go down.
Hurts.
Boo, boo, boo. Okay, okay, okay. Basement. Oh yeah. Hello. I need an ID card. Fuck. Get it. Give me that. Thank you. Got a bench around here anywhere? Fuck y'all. Okay, there's the spawners area.
Well, it must be pretty. That's good. It's important to honor the memories of those we lost. I got a brother around here, somewhere, or maybe somewhere else. All I know, he was one of these responders. Came to check on him. In the end, none of us can escape our fate. We'll all be food for the worms. That's just the kind of thing Marcus would say. Me, I just looked out for myself. Now I'm still alive. He's long gone. Did his life count for something? Now they all... Anyway. For we brought nothing into this world. The good book is... This is supposed to help with rape. But I guess what keeps me here is just knowing this is where my brother died. Call me a super... Back to Walker.
Overseer's log, Morgantown. I used to love coming here on weekends, taking flight lessons. Now it feels like I walked into a nightmare. Those scorched things are everywhere. I kept quiet. They didn't see me. I managed to observe them for a bit. Whatever this disease is, it seems to completely take over its host. The ones that used to be human, eventually they...
We gotta get out of this anyways.
like some kind of stasis.
We gotta break down our shit.
And if they stay like that for too long, they sort of burn up from the inside out. Vesuvius in reverse. I wonder what could possibly cause all this. And then I got my answer. It swooped down from the sky, screeching, breathing, infecting everything. I don't know how to fight this. But we need to consider all our options. Even Find the source of this scorched plague and wipe it from the map before it can leave Appalachia.
Alright, little break here. We'll be back in a second.
But first things first, we can't let the disease spread to us. Looks like the responders were developing some kind of inoculation. I'm going to pick up their work. You should too. This is the Overseer. Signing off.
Alright, we're back. So can we make this backpack right now? There we go. fuck. I need to get downstairs. How the fuck do I get downstairs? Down this way? Maybe? No. What the shit? You know what? Let's go like this. Easier. We gotta check our levels too. So I got 2 levels here now. Oh, no. Strength again. We got 3 levels. Wow. Okay. Turn up our luck. There we go. God damn it. Rank that up. That. There we go. Shouldn't I have an extra point here? I guess one. What if I go 2 unused points? Ah, there we go. Oh, so I had to get the hell out of here. Where's he to? Where's he to? Whatever. Sure. Man, that alarm's super fun. Man, that's super annoying though. Look at this shit. What is with these shadows, man? Whoa. Okay, go get him. Fuck. Run in here. Where'd he go? Woo.
Ah, what a magnificent place this once was. The very epicenter of learning here in Appalachia. Truly.
Okay.
So,
I can't even talk to him. Whatever. Hey, Heather, how are we this evening? Oh, fuck. Where are you to? Where are you to? Where are you to? Yeah, here the temperature dropped a bit today, thank God. We had a bit of rain, so that was good. Still warm though. What are we looking for?
Overseer's personal journal. 4 years of living, learning, and breathing Vault Tech.
So we started a new game of Fallout 76.
Dad was so proud.
So we could do the storyline again.
Even though he was already so sick. I must have
Nice.
impressed the right people because I was offered the next available overseer slot. I had just graduated. It was supposed to take years. Maybe they knew the war was inevitable. When I learned that 76 was going to be built, I was so excited I jumped right out of my chair and did a little dance around the living room.
Gonna do that and that.
Appalachia would be safe, no matter what happened.
So we got, we're at level 16 already. We started last night. I got to level 14.
Evan chose that moment to propose. A luckhead. He knew I wouldn't say no after hearing the news. He knew me better than anyone. Dad died a few months after Evan and I moved in together. He really wanted to walk me down the aisle. Well, I didn't really get to walk down there either, so... I think it's time I went home. I owe Evan that much.
Find the next journal in Welch. Guess that's where she moved afterwards, huh? Where are we going? But that was down to Meyer. There it is. Let's try to look for it. Yeah, it's down to Meyer. Or not the Meyer, the Ash Heap, sorry. So the closest fast travel we got is Nuka World. It's a bit of a walk. Okie doke. I'll still do it. Going over here. So we need to do some work on our camp first. So, all right, let's go here. 76 for the cheap fast travel. How did I get overweight?
What was that? There you are. Lucky. Found to eat.
Okay.
Not enough people nowadays value the importance of a well-crafted meal.
Take that.
Yeah. Now that people have come back to this area, they'll all want to be setting up places like Foundation. Clean up this, fix that. It never seemed to end.
It's hard work making a living out here.
What the fuck are you? Oh, you're down right here. Jesus.
Out here, we don't have the same protection as Foundation.
That log.
Lumberjack Protectron does not want to lose Lumberjack Down to
Whoa, what's going on? Death from above. Oh, we're going for it. Alright, let's get down to my camp. Gotta drop off some shit anyways before death from above.
Attention, citizens.
And we actually have power armor, so we don't have to fucking worry about it as much.
Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Let's go upstairs. Fuck, 91 caps just to get that. Or 31. Do we have any... No, we haven't been anywhere. Wait a bit. I'll join a team. They're doing daily ops. It's me. So there's no other team besides okay, well... yeah. Have we... Nuka World would be cheaper. There we go. Jesus. Let's take the submachine gun. Oh, I went down. Nice. shot. Alright, let's go back to my camp. Surprised we never gained a level off that. Alright, we'll leave it there. Alright, quick break here. We'll be back in a second. Alright, we're back, we're back, we're back. So, we gotta go to Welch. So our closest fast travel is the Nuka World. Yeah. I thought it was to pick, but it's Nuka World. I don't even think I've been to the pick yet. So, let's go.
Seen plenty of bad travel in these lands. Lots of wonders too.
Baby G keeps telling me the same fortune. You will pop your next balloon.
Should take this spot too. It's a raider camp now? Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah. They must set off an alarm. Look at this guy. Just running. Thank you. They're still chasing me. Wow. Hello. I'm trying to get this treasure hunter, thank you. Fucking die. Hell yeah. Fight. What the fuck? Boom. Oh, yeah. It's more of those blood eagles, man. They're still chasing me. Fuck me. Holy shit, man. Like, they've been chasing me for a while. Fuck you. You again. Fuck you. Yeah, we gotta get the fuck out of here. More mole miners. Great. Oh, fun. Fuck. Get him. Come on. Fuck's sakes. Come on. Now we're overweighted. Fuck. Why did I take that out? Alright, they're distracted with each other. Take that. Drop that. Drop that. I'll drop that for now. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Battle bot? Yeah, no, like... What?
Warning, warning. Unauthorized presence detected near Mount Blair train yard. Rioting will not be tolerated. Whole right mining company protection protocols have been engaged. Security units on site. All unauthorized personnel are advised to immediately leave the area or else risk dire consequences.
Looks like we got some help.
This will be your only warning.
Let's go for him then. Oh. Hell yeah. Nice. Thanks, fellas. Really saved my ass, honestly. So, let's turn on Welsh. Still going to Welsh. Do we have a better casual team to join? Yes, we do.
If those raiders come snooping around, they're gonna regret it.
Possibly. Battlebot. Didn't we just finish that? Oh, fuck. Hey, guys. Or guy, I think this is one person and a bot. Where'd that sheep squatch go? There he is. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm staying away from this fucker. Nice. Nice. You guys are awesome. Oh man, sheep squatches are tough as balls. All these guys are way stronger. I'm pretty sure this is just one person with bots. So that's the person. That's the bots. They're going around searching for shit. He just gets to kick it then. He or she. Bots are programmed well because they fucking fight. I could be wrong. They could just be bunch of people on a team playing together always. What do we got to get rid of here? Yeah, because they're kind of all doing their own thing. 45. I gotta let that go. All right, let's. There it is. Seems like they're like, help me out. It's nice. I like doing the same, helping low levels out. They might just be doing their own thing and we just kind of worlds collided. Bing.
Personal journal.
I love them.
76 was
Thanks,
built
guys.
the best and the brightest. But that wasn't what all the vaults were.
That's where she lived. Oh, this place sucks.
I wasn't supposed to know about.
They really got fucked up over here.
I found out. Evan wanted me to tell
So your house is kind of small.
I didn't.
Not to throw shade.
Yes, experimenting on vault residents was ethically wrong. But the goal of finding the most suitable people to repopulate, to understand humanity pushed to the extremes. What if that was the only way for us to survive? We can't save everyone.
Nice.
Vault Tech found out that I knew. I thought I was going to be fired or
Noise, noise, noise.
Instead, they confided.
Where do we gotta go next?
Vault 76 was going to be a control vault. No
Your next journal in Mount Blair. Are we next to Duchess's stash?
So relieved.
Okay, so we might as well go get Duchess's stash.
In Washington, D.C. I had to leave West Virginia. My people behind. I couldn't let them do that.
Yeah, seriously, I don't know if those are bots or not.
I'm so sorry.
'Cause this one kind of does shit, and these ones kind of hang out.
That I would have picked dying in this house together when the bombs fell. I never stopped thinking about you. And I'm not giving up until I find out what happened. If you're not here, then there's only one other place you'd want to be. The mines.
Whoa. Just, whoa, something's shooting the shit out of me. Okay. Where is these shots coming from? So we did it. We found Duchess's stash. Hurrah! Next journal, Mount Blair. Oh, didn't we just pass Mount Blair? We did, but we only did the train yard. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my camp. I need to get rid of shit. Let's go upstairs, break down our junk. Gonna use that, not gonna use that. Nope. Alright, we gotta get our fucking guns down a bit more, man. We're walking around with a lot of weight. Okay, well, I got no weapon. I got no ammo for that. That's... So we'll do that. Keep that. 17. What was that one? Whoa, much higher. 10, 8. Alright, get rid of that one. Keep you. And we're gonna get rid of that. Got no 10 mil. So we got 1 melee. 63. Do we got anything higher than 63? Alright, let's go down to the bottom here. Nope. No. Alright, yeah, we're pretty good here. We'll rest. Why am I sleeping on the floor? I have a room. Whatever. Alright, let's have a look at the map here. So we go to Mount Blair. Let's go from the train yard. Okay. That might have been the raider spot. So go from the train yard. Study doctor's lessons research. Okay, so they're all up there now. With Jared Leto, apparently. Okay, so we're well rested. I want to see your resources. A lot of plans. Probably for a reason, though. So we've already been up to 51, too. I forgot about that. Okay. Right? It's like, I wonder if it's the real Jared Leto. I don't know, earlier people were doing the Mothman, like, worshipping thing around him, because he has a cult, like the actual Jared Leto. I don't know if that was a meta thing, or if it was his actual cult playing with him. I would imagine it's just a fucking meta thing. It was the real Jared Leto. He turned into a vampire and eat people. Because he's like Mobius or whatever. The vampire guy from Spider-Man. Jesus. Yeah, no, enough fucking... Yeah, I'm not fucking with this. Yeah, he is a cult. You can look it up. It's weird. He's weird. Okay, so we got a Mount Blair. Make this one only active. Yeah, he's a weird cat. And usually, like, I kind of think, like, when a celebrity has a weird cult on the go. It's like, is that just an excuse for you to be a sex criminal? Seen Requiem for a Dream. Yeah, that was a good movie. But like, that's one of those movies where it's like, you can only see that once in a while. It's like, you see that movie and you're like, I'm good for 5-6 years now. Yeah. I should see Pi, actually. Is it Pi or Life of Pi? That's a whole different movie, I imagine. Lord of... Yeah, I've seen that. That's him and Nick Cage. That's a good movie. Based on, well, not, I wouldn't say a true story, but an amalgamation of a bunch of, like, warlords, like a bunch of gun runners. It's so fucking, which is pretty fucking cool. They might have based it on a real person. I think, I don't know, I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've seen that movie. But, I know that, like, some of the situations, it was more so, like, they just amalgamated a bunch of, gun runners stories. Really good movie, though. Also, like, I find it, like, that was such an interesting movie in the sense that, like, everyone else was doing, like, drug movies during that time. So it was like, what was it? Blow came out a couple years before, you know. You'd have, like, different movies like that. And they seem super popular to be talking about drug dealers, and it's like, yeah, man, like, oh, you think drug dealers make money? No, gun dealers make fucking money, dog.
Harder than you.
And a lot of them can work within the laws of certain countries. Isn't it weird how Nick Cage has that sexiness? It's all attitude and character. Like, if you seen that guy in a bar and he didn't talk to you or anything like that, like you didn't know anything about him, you'd be like, that's one weird looking motherfucker. But it's because you know it's Nick Cage and he's all like attitude and charisma and things like that. Like, that's attractive. You know who's like that too? Steve Buscemi. That's why like Boardwalk Empire worked. Because that was essentially like 1940s Sopranos. But like that show was so good because it was like, yeah, like, it's like fucking, I would fucking believe that this guy's that charismatic, you know what I mean? This big bug-eyed motherfucker. Yeah, both of them got that kind of quality, don't they? They can both look kind of like Nick Cage and Buscemi.
One of those thick green lesions on his face that, oh God, I did this to him.
But once again, like, it's like being the right kind of weird. Like, it's a weird I can handle. It's like I would love to sit down and talk to both those characters, or both those people. I mean, characters, they're people. Both Nick Cage and Buscemi, because I'm pretty sure they're a little weird, and it's like on my wavelength, and I would dig it. Okay, here we go. Oh, I love Buscemi. It's one of my favorite actors. He's really good at dialogue.
So I broke off the engagement. I sacrificed him for the vault, for Appalachia.
Here we go.
I know what I have to do, but I just can't.
Isn't that her husband or some shit? Yep.
I already killed him once. I can't do it again. Please.
Well, I did. Don't worry, I killed him.
Everything. You were all so brilliant. The first few years were hard. You learned to trust each other. You learned to trust me. I was young. So
Yeah, that happens.
you accepted me as your
Like, there's companies that do that. Do you know what's a company I didn't know that was the originator of a lot of this like shit when it comes to arms sales? Is Thryson Crump, the company that makes elevators. They started out as arms dealers, making guns. German company. And now, like, almost every elevator you look at has a Thryson Crump logo on it. It's a little weird. I don't know if they do guns anymore. They might still. But, like, I know they make the shit out of elevators. Alright, back here for a minute. There's only like 2 or 3 companies that make elevators, and Thryson is like the biggest. They're like the Apple of that shit. They make the iPhone of elevators. And fun fact, elevator repair mechanic, engineer, whatever they're called, people who build and repair elevator systems is one of the highest paid trades in the world. And extremely safe. But it's very hard to get into because you got to be like, you got to have mechanical abilities, so you got to be like almost like journeyman mechanic on top of like other things, like kind of gotta have like carpentry abilities and shit like that. So it's like it's very hard to I don't even know if like there's a lot of places that teach it. It's kind of this thing where it's like you gotta know people and apprentice. I have a cousin, that's the only reason I know this. I have a cousin who's I'm from a family of mechanics and engineers, and my cousin on my dad's side, who was like since we were like 3 years old, we knew this kid was going to be a mechanic someday and take after like his old man like that. And like brilliant mechanic, very good at troubleshooting, diagnosing, understanding cars and like things like that. But, you know, it's a lot of money doing that shit, and he just wasn't making his way when he was starting out, so he ended up apprenticing, just lucking out through whatever his own contacts and shit. He ended up apprenticing with an elevator repairman. And it's only for the fact that he already had that mechanical ability, and he's extremely handy when it comes to like, you know, like carpentry and shit like that, and you know, that he was able to do it, and it's just like he fit that ability to do it. But yeah, like he makes goddamn oodles of money for it, and good for him. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, that's not too far from the truth, because there is a lot of like there's a lot of that in real life. It's called an oligopoly, where it's like either they all like, where it's like only like 3 or 4 companies controlling things, but it seems like multiple brands, right? So a lot of cleaning products are like that. Beer, we all learned that with that fucking stupid Dylan Mulvaney shit, that people are trying to boycott fucking Bud Light. And they're like, I'm not going to buy Bud Light, I'm going to buy this product. And you're like, well, that's owned by Bud. And so is this one, and so is that one, and so is this one. And there's only actually like 3 or 4 beer companies in the world, even though it seems like there's like 50 or a fucking 100, you know? It's like Molson Canadian. Like, I am Canadian. That was our slogan for this beer company since like fucking 1997 or something. I think it still is. It's owned by Coors Light, an American company. Coors Light bottomed out in like 2001. So the Canadian beer company is American, but they still use that slogan. All right, a little quick break here. We're going to be back in a second. Alright, we're back. So, I can kind of give a real example of this in real life, but it's shady as fuck. So in the neighborhood I grew up in, it was plagued by opiates, oxys, Percocets. Now it's fentanyl, which is even worse. But it's a really dangerous area, and a lot of drug dealers would fight with each other. People would get hurt, etc. It was clear enemies. I don't have to do that. So a friend of mine who happened to be partake in that trade noticed all this. Noticed that this person's beefing with that person's beefing with that person, and all their underlings fight each other. These guys just sit around hating each other while they make random teenagers fight each other in the street over it. Over profits. So fucking stupid. So what he did is he went to who controls them. And the funny thing is 20-something of those assholes who are all beefing with each other in our neighborhood. Isn't it magically funny that they're all getting their product off like 2 or 3 guys? So he went to those 2 or 3 guys. And he negotiated with them almost like a peace treaty. And was like, I'll take care of all this. I'll take over all this. And in that process, I'm going to undersell all your guys. I know that sounds weird, but I'm going to do that. And then what I'm going to do to them is I'm going to come to them and tell them that they can work for me or they can work against me. And that everything is coming from you anyways. And that I run the show now. And if they want to play ball, they have to play by my rules. And basically negotiated a peace treaty within my neighborhood. And it's because he realized that all this bullshit was being controlled by 3 or 4 people who didn't notice what was happening, couldn't care, probably, most likely, what was happening on street level. I grew up in this neighborhood. He cares about this neighborhood. He cares about the people in it. And while I don't necessarily agree with it, but his thought process on it is that this drug game is an inevitability. So either I can make it peaceful and make money off it and control it, or we can all suffer. What's going on? And he fucking took control of it. And for about 4 or 5 years in my neighborhood, it was extremely peaceful. Even though people were still shooting up, people were still taking drugs, people were still doing all this shit. But the thing was, there was no fucking low-level guys fighting with each other. There was no jealous drug dealer beating the shit out of a poor fucking drug addict because he bought off this guy when he usually bought off that guy or some bullshit like that. And he made my neighborhood safe. I just happened to be the kid who grew up next to him in the sandbox and said hello when we were 5. Not knowing that, you know, he'd turn out to be that person. Yeah, that's what it was. Like, clearly he was ambitious and wanted money. Like, but he also took care of a problem at the same time. But he did it because he realized that, like, once again, like, back to what you were saying, that, like, a few people control the many. So why not negotiate with those people? You know, he went to their bosses. And, unfortunately, he passed away when he was, like, 22 years old. So you're like 15 years ago that happened. Or no, 17 years ago that happened. Jesus. And if you go to my mother's neighborhood now, it's exactly like it was then. People are fighting. Drug dealers selling in front of kids, all this disrespectful bullshit. Yeah, like, I would just be happy that I own land. And like, for me, I would just be like, hey, man, you own land, I own land. I support you, you support me. That's how we do. We're neighbors. That's, how my family got to Canada. So, my, ancestors came here during the potato famine. And this is like the birth of the Irish mob. So like the way it worked was this was like, so like my land was probably next to your land, and like 2 other families, we probably know each other, shit like that, you know? So it's like my farm's next to your farm, and your farm is next to this other person's farm. We all know each other. Our kids know each other, shit like that. So when the blight happened, my ancestors and a couple other like a couple other landowners around them were just like, you know what, man? Government ain't taking care of us. The Brits ain't taking care of us. No one's fucking taking care of us. So we're going to take care of each other and fuck everyone else. Fuck everyone else. We will lie, cheat, and steal to fucking keep our family together and keep your family together. I promise that I will fight for you and you will fight for me. And that was the birth of the Irish mob. And my grandfather, his brother, and another brother, yeah, my grandfather, my great-great-grandfather, and his 2 brothers, and several other men from the surrounding farms and stuff got caught stealing potatoes during the blight from a English fucking farm. So the blight didn't have to affect Ireland as heavily as it did. They actually had enough potatoes to fucking keep us alive. Because capitalism and they wanted to make a profit, it was better to sell it to British and other fucking people. It was cheaper to sell it to your market. It was better profit to sell to the market than provide it to the people actually fucking farming it. So that's where all the like blight potatoes came from. That's what was given for us. So my ancestors got caught stealing from the Brits. Awesome. I fucking love it. And they got banished to Newfoundland. So the 2 brothers, my great whatever grandfather, and that other family, the other 2 families, whatever people were in them, they got banished here to Newfoundland. 2 of the brothers went down to... No, one brother went down to Boston. The other one went to a different part of Newfoundland. Because we have cousins here. And the other families... One family stayed here as well. Which we're still close with this day. And then the other family went to America somewhere. Pretty much. But yeah, like... I wouldn't be sitting here in Canada if it wasn't for the fact that, like, yeah, an ancestor of mine basically defied the government and got punished for it. But yeah, like, they probably did barter with each other back in the day, and that's why their, like, relationship was so strong. So someone was probably, like, a dairy farmer, and then someone else probably had, like, more crops, and then the other one probably had like steed or something like that, and they all traded with each other, definitely. But like they were all super close with each other. But one of the other families, like we're actually like over the years we've married each other and stuff like that. So like there's a big relationship with that family, and they're just as big as ours, and they're still here. And both of our lineages come from stealing fucking potatoes. Hell yeah. I kind of find it interesting. And then my grandfather, who I'm named after, so no psychodrama there. helped start our public transit system in St. John's. In St. John's, Newfoundland. So in the capital city where I live. So what it happened was we used to have like what do you call it? Trolleys? Or like well, we used to have a train system, and we used to have like what would you call it? I don't know what like the city trains are called. I think they're called trolleys. Anywho, we used to have that in St. John's, and they actually used to be really good and really popular. We used to link up with our actual train system, so you could get off a train in a different part of Newfoundland, stop off in the capital, hop on one of the trolleys, and then go to a place in St. John's, go grab some items, get back on the trolley, go back to the train, and boom, go back to your outport community, which could be like fucking God knows how many kilometers away or miles away. But they got rid of it during the invention of the automobile, which happened in a lot of big cities. So my grandfather, who like his father, my great grandfather, used to work on horse and buggies and stuff, and a lot of horse and buggy stuff transitioned to automobiles. So that's why a lot of like horse and carriage mechanics and stuff like that end up moving over to car mechanics. It's because a lot of suspension, a lot of things like that, the drivetrain was literally based off those buggies. They literally took those buggies and put fucking engines in them, essentially. So he was one of the first, like, well, second generation of mechanics in the world. Like, so, like, this profession only existed for, like, 30, maybe 30 years. And, so the story is, because it's definitely a story, is that, actually, they're over here, is that, no, they're not. My grandfather and several other men, after World War II, stole a bunch of buses from the American military, because the U.S. military used to have a base here in our capital city, because Newfoundland is actually one of the most strategic drop-off points to Britain, to the UK. So we're very important that way. So, like, if the next world war happened, our city would essentially become a military base overnight, because we're that important strategically. So, after World War II, and this happened in World War II, like the whole city became a military base essentially. So after World War II, the U.S. military had all this equipment here, and they usually just like dig a big hole and bury it. So they were getting rid of a lot of their equipment. They were trying to auction things off, etc. and stuff. So the story goes is that my grandfather and 4 other men broke into the Pleasantville military base, which is in St. John's, Newfoundland, and stole half a dozen buses. So they stole 6 buses. And then started driving around the city of St. John's, taking fares. And then when the city of St. John's tried to come down on them, the public loved the transportation system so much that they couldn't deny it. That, like, basically they asked for forgiveness rather than permission. And the actual story is they didn't steal them. They bought them at auction. That's the legend. They actually bought them legit at auction and put their money together and just said fuck it and bought it. So they just, you know, which is a good story too, because like they took a chance. Like they took all their savings, they pooled it together, and they bought half a dozen buses. And they did drive them around without permission. That's actually true. They weren't supposed to do it. And when the city came down on them, it was so popular that like they couldn't deny it. And that's where our transit system comes from in St. John's. And it's a very pirate fucking badass story. And I don't think they really need to add the robbery in it. I like telling the 2 stories because like when I was a kid, that's the story I heard. It was like they stole them and like fucking, it was like this like fucking Goodfellas kind of robbery and all this shit. And it's like, and then like I've met like family members of the other people who were there who actually like bought the buses, and they were like, no, your grandfather and my grandfather bought the buses, silly. And it's like, yeah, I figured as much, but it was like they never told. Like, that's the thing though, what was so funny is that like no one in those other families that I've met told a story about stealing them. I've never met a family member of like the other. I've met 2 of the 4 other people that were there, like family members of it, and they were never told that they stole them. So maybe the other 2 might have that story, but apparently in my family, it's all badassery, right? Like they robbed 4 buses. How would you do that, right? Like, and not have the and then you're driving the stolen buses around town with like maybe different paint jobs. I don't know, but like people would know. That's silly. But it's a great story, nevertheless. Even buying them legit is still a good story because they did drive them around. Like, they just literally just sat down with a map of St. John's and was just like, this will be a good route, this will be a good route, this will be a good route. All right, let's go. And just started driving them around. And like, I think they put bus stops on hubcaps. So they took like all these heavy hubcaps and then welded poles on them and then put bus stop like signs there. And then just people just started fucking showing up. So it was like, imagine the first day was rather awkward. You're driving a bus around, no one's getting on it. Second day, like 2 people got on it. And then by the end of the week, like, you're actually getting like a full fucking bus, which is cool. But definitely that first day must have been scary. You're just like, what the fuck are we doing? Am I going to get arrested? But I love that. I love that story. And with that, like, I have uncles and aunts who kind of like are like that. And you can see where that defiance comes from, you know? Shit, I'm like it a little too, right? I've done that when I used to work with Ballard. When I worked with a construction company I used to work for, they gave me a lot of autonomy because that's just what the job required. But then I had to be accountable to the bullshit that would happen. So if something bad went down, I was more responsible for it because, yeah, I had all that autonomy. Man, what's with these fucking generators? They're broken. We need a lot of stuff. Do we? No, we got it. We got it. Hell yeah. Is this running now? Fucking green. There we go. It's running. Hell yeah. We need a few fusion cores, so we're gonna hang out for a minute. Oh, no problem. I like that story. I think it's interesting. I think it defines my family. I have a lot of interesting characters in my family who like kind of represent that. So I have an Aunt Vera. She's not with us anymore. But she was a lot like my grandfather in that way. Like, she definitely defied things. She was a long haul trucker in like the fucking 60s and 70s. Back when, yeah, like that was a crazy ass shit thing for fucking women to do. She worked on boats, like big fucking like seismic survey boats. So like these big scientific fucking boats that were the Canadian government, they still have them out, but they like, yeah, like they chart the ocean and they map like the depths of the ocean and shit like that. And there's like these huge fucking cables that they would sink down to the ocean and shit like that. So they would it was like these big cable ships, so they would have these big fucking electrical wires connected to like I don't know, a seismograph or whatever it's called. And they would submerge that shit and then take scans. And like, you're talking about cabling like this thick wrapped around a fucking coil, so you could constantly dropping that thing in the ocean and bringing it up and maintaining it and repairing it and shit like that. And she worked on the repair crew. And she was just like this little skinny, kind of half tall, you know, for a lady. 5'8". That's tall for a lady. It's above average. But like, you know, like just unassuming, like you're just like, yeah, she doesn't look like she can fucking lift a lot type lady, but like it's just all energy. And yeah, unassumingly strong. She used to do that with my old man back when they were much younger. I can't remember who got she might have got him the job, honestly. But my old man used to tell me stories about her, like where like some new people, like the people who were already on the boat for a while knew what she was all about, but like someone new would come by and be like, hey, do you need a hand with this? And it was just like the whole place would stop, the whole boat would stop, everyone would stop and be like, oh dude, you shouldn't have asked her that, she's gonna fucking school you now. And she was my aunt who I was the closest to. We were very similar, like a high energy people. She was known for like climbing things and having incredible balance and things like that. You know, always jumping off things, climbing up things, shit like that, which was me when I was a kid. So she like she moved away way before I was born. I didn't even know her. And I met her when I was a teenager. And we were on vacation in British Columbia. And we stayed at her place. This is the first time I ever met her. My brother knew her when he was a kid, but I didn't. There's a bit of an age difference between us. So I remember spending a night just talking with her. And it's like two of us had this like instant rapport. And I felt like I knew more about her than I knew about sorry, anyone I did in my life. It really taught me a lot about people. I was just a child. It taught me that sometimes you could spend a whole lifetime trying to figure someone out and never know them. Never know them. But sometimes, which is extremely special, you can meet someone and know everything about them, their personality, how you vibe with them, everything like that. And those people you hold on to, you know. And she was one of those people. Within that night, I knew more about her, and she knew more about me than we ever thought we would. And that was a beautiful experience. And I've only had a couple of them in my life. Oh, man. Sorry. I don't mean to be crying here, but she's always a special point for me. Even all my other family members on my dad's side have that kind of relationship with her, so it was her that did that too. She was just like this amazing person. Alright, so we cleared these enemies. I'm just running around here being sad. Whatever. The only reason I'm sad is because she was so important to me, so I think of that as a beautiful thing. Anyways. If she didn't mean so much to me, I wouldn't be so emotional over her. In fact, she's not with us anymore. But once again, someone I only know for a brief time taught me so much about life. That's an amazing thing. Oh, thanks. I appreciate positivity, Heather. Some people would call me like a bitch or whatever for acting like that, but I take strength in my emotions. I heard a swamp. Actually, let's take her. Yeah, I try to take strength in my emotions because they're gonna come. So your best thing to do is embrace them and learn from them. You know. So Dr. Hudson's tune in. I don't want to. Strength numbers. Find Dutch missing girls. Yeah, we'll do that one actually. I need to do some more Dutch's shit. Okay. No, I do. I try to. I've had a lot of loss at a young part of my life, right? Like, I lost that aunt as quick as I got to know her. I lost her. She died of cancer. That friend I talked about earlier, he died extremely young. So while I wish there was more time I could have spent with those people, I'm extremely appreciative of the time I spent with them, and I try to learn from the experiences that I had with them, and I take them with me. So, you know, their loss wasn't for nothing. You know, my friend who was a drug dealer, like, I think he would be proud that I managed to get myself out of poverty, that I managed to get out of the neighborhood we out of the neighborhood we grew up in. You know, I think he would be proud of that, especially as an adult. Like, you got to think about like the mindset that you are when you're adult versus a kid, right? So like, I would like to imagine that after a certain point, he would have took his earnings from being a drug dealer and would have tried to go legit, which is, I know that was his plan. So basically it's called becoming a bank. So it's, you know, you get a car dealership or a laundromat or something like that that can make, you know, X amount of dollars per year, and you give up selling drugs. Or the other side of it is you funnel your money through there and whatever. But for him, he just wanted to take care of his family. Like, his dad got injured and fucked over and didn't get disability. So basically he was on social assistance, he was on welfare when he should have been on disability, which would have been like a huge difference, which would have made the difference of him living a middle-class lifestyle with his family, which they used to live, and living in a neighborhood I fucking grew up in. So he did everything to take care of his family. And that's why I respected him. At a certain point, he wanted to actually be a legit individual. It's just at the situation, the economy, etc., like that, where we lived, it was easier for him to be a drug dealer than it was for him to get a job. He died of a accidental drug overdose. He was someone who usually didn't get high in their own supply, but after, I don't know what was going on with him. Could have been depression or whatever. It could have been just the shit that he had on his shoulders or whatever. But like every now and then he would go on little spurts, you know. Do a bit of coke, do a bit of ecstasy, drink a bit, you know, things like that. He would drink. But like drinking was like not his supply. He didn't sell booze. He sold fucking drugs. But he really didn't touch his own shit, right? And every now and then, you know, he'd have little spurts and then just like back away from it for like a long ass time. And after like there was a night back when we were like probably almost a year before he died. He this is crazy, right? Like, so like he bought cocaine off someone that he fucking trusted, which is bullshit. That was the bullshit. So meanwhile, like, he probably got a fucking pocket full of the fucking stuff that is like way safer, way cleaner, way more like, you know, high quality. But once again, never get high on your own supply. Only prepare to spend what you can spend. You start dipping in your own shit, that's a problem. But if you spend $50 on a few lines, well, of your own hard-earned money, well, like, you know, that's your own hard-earned money. And so when he bought drugs, he didn't buy them off himself. He bought them off other people. I know it sounds weird, but it does make sense in the long run. So bought what he thought was coke off someone, and it ended up being fucking K. And he went down a massive K hole one night, and then like really got freaked out from it. Stayed away from all that shit for a long time. And then just after his 24th birthday, he went out for his birthday. We all went out for his birthday, and we had a nice time. And whatever, he did his thing. And then the next weekend, he went super, super fucking hard. And I used to work at a restaurant downtown. And it was half a front at that point because I was doing my thing. And I worked at the restaurant for easy access to our downtown scene. And they had legit money and shit. And I remember the restaurant I used to work in used to have these big windows on two sides of the restaurant. And one side was where like I was cooking. So you could see the cooks cook, right? Like that was the appeal of the thing, whatever. So, oh, fuck, I didn't do the thing I was supposed to do in here, sorry. So, the night he passed away, I was working down there. And he banged on the window, as he used to do. And just like make like stupid noises and shit like that. And then just like kind of went like this, was just like, which was like a sign like, catch up with me later, you know? And I gave him the nod, was like, yeah, for sure, like 100%. And I wanted to. I really wanted to. But, it's the restaurant industry, we got busy. And I just got exhausted. And I was like, I don't want to fucking go out and party tonight. And whatever. So I go home like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. It was that kind of night. Restaurant closed at 2, but it was so fucked up we didn't get out till like 4. And then, you know, me and a few cokes, we go have a few fucking drinks in a parking lot and drive home, smoke a few joints, whatever, drive home. It's the restaurant industry, mind you. I wouldn't do this now. Just drink and drive, but yeah. So we'll go home out of it, and about 7:38 in the morning, I remember being like shook awake by a mutual friend. And when he heard the news, he called me multiple times and couldn't get a hold of me. And was like, knew that I need to know this shit. And so what he did is he walked to my house, just like a 25-minute walk from his house, and knocked on my door. And my mom answered the door, and she's like, I need to talk to John. And she's like, he's asleep, like. And he knows my mom well enough. He gave her that look, was like, no, I need to talk to her now. I need to talk to him now. And she let him in, and all I remember is being shook awake by him. Like literally like shaken. Like he literally lifted me up out of my bed because I was so passed out. and was like, "Get up, John, get up." And I remember waking up and being like, all I can remember hearing is he's dead. And I'm like, what? He's like, he's dead. I'm like, who the fuck is dead? And he's like, Jason, man, Jason's dead. And then like I shot up out of bed like a fucking lightning bolt. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And he's like, yes, man, like he's gone. And he's like, I thought you knew. And then I figured out you didn't. So he's like, I came over to tell you. And it was like my world fell apart. In one night. In one morning. Like your best friend. And also your main source of income. You know. And he was my ticket out. We had plans. All this shit, you know. And so when he passed away, I made a promise to myself that I was going to get out of the neighborhood that I grew up in. Oh, really? I'm really sorry to hear that, Heather. Yeah, it's kind of creepy that I'm talking about this. I usually don't talk about this stuff to just the public. I don't mind talking about it to people that I know, you know. I think, you know, you learn a lesson from these things. That's the best way to honor someone's loss, you know. But yeah, it is weird that I'm talking about this shit on like the anniversary of something like that. And honestly, it's getting close to the anniversary of his death because it was like August he did that to him, that he passed away. I remember it being so fucking warm. So fucking warm that day. And the night before, too. Okay, so, like, where are we going now? Okay, right here. But I made a promise to myself after he passed away. It was, I'm going to do better. Because that was the goal. It's like we weren't doing this just to be career fucking criminals. We're doing this to get out of the neighborhood, to provide for our families, to take care of people. So I made cooking my career. I was doing it just for a thing to do, to be in the neighborhood, in her downtown area, in the bar area. Just to be convenient, like this convenience of location, you know. I get off work, I go downtown, I fucking go to a few clubs, bing bang boom, I go home. I got a few K in my pocket. Isn't that fucking nice? You know, maybe like a couple hundred's mine, but still I made that money. Alright, did I do the thing? Answer the exam. Okay, I still got a marker on this thing? Oh, I gotta do the exam. What? Okay, begin exam. Yeah, I feel the same way. I felt like a piece of me died that day. When they died. Okay, so what is this? Answer senior executive exam. Begin exam. Did I do it? Hell yeah.
Complete. It looks like you got what it takes to be our next senior executive.
Look at me.
Please proceed to the Human Resources Office to collect your official Hornwright Executive ID.
I understand that. I really do, Heather.
Senior Executive Detective.
I was 20 years old, so I've been 17 years kind of processing his death too. as much as I think I'm over it, I also live by a code based on shit that we thought about when we were kids. So clearly I haven't, you know. I do everything sometimes just to, make sure I fulfill the dream of him, you know. So the thought process was to get out of our neighborhood, and take the people we cared about with us to help, you know. So we always talked about a community of one. So it's like, yeah, like we're not rich, you know. We don't have political influence or anything like that. But you know what we could do is we could help a community of one. We could lift out our arm and we could reach out to someone and we could lift someone out of this bullshit. For him, he was trying to get his brother out. His brothers and his sister out. And for me, it was my brother and a couple of my friends. And unfortunately, he passed away and never got to help his family like he wished he could. But for me, I managed to lift 1, 2, 3 people out of poverty. So when I lifted myself out, that was my ambition. So I helped my brother. I helped 2 other friends, and the last one didn't work out so well.
User detected. Connecting. User. Recover. Repair.
So, you know, it's a good track record, but I'm 3 for 4. But at this point in my life, I need to focus on myself, honestly, because I helped a lot of fucking people, and at certain points I did at the detriment of myself. So I end up hurting myself to help other people. That's not a good thing. Thank you. I try to. I would like to think at this age, you know, mid-30s, late 30s, he would definitely not be a drug dealer. He would be a legitimate businessman. You know, he'd have like I said, some sort of like, you know, typical thing an ex-drug dealer would probably have, like a used car dealership or something like that. But like he'd have fucking something on the go, or to be real money coming in and shit like that, you know. Because that was the goal. That was the ultimate goal. It was just like, then you could hire your brother and your sister and stuff like that, you know. Or you could help them find jobs through your influence and stuff. And also, I mean, Jesus Christ, the guy knew every fucking businessman in the city because of his connections. So where do you think they all went to fucking buy the drugs? Of people like him. Well, I started cooking, honestly. I started focusing on cooking. And I buried myself in my work. I gave up drug dealing. I gave my, I basically made promises to the people that we worked for that basically I wouldn't do that shit anymore, but also I wouldn't fucking ever talk about anything in too much detail. But all this shit is way past statute of limitations. Half those people are dead, and the other people, what I'm talking about, you can't even charge people on anymore. You're talking about 20-something years, 17 to 20 years difference. Like, doesn't matter. Well, for me, Honestly, it's hard to think about how I picked myself up. I just kind of was just like, I just thought about if it isn't for me, it's for someone else, you know? So it was ultimately like the mantra was like to try to do things for others. So it's like if I don't fight, then who will, you know? So I just kept it like that. So I just kind of kept my mindset like that. You gotta realize, like, I grew up in a single family, single mother household. I supported my brother, I supported my mother, I supported a grandmother. My grandmother lived with us, you know? And, it wasn't easy, you know? We were all trying to take care of each other. So, like, it's just... It's also part of, like, how my mother is, you know? Like, she's a caretaker. So I get that from her. So, I guess, for me, at a certain point, it was just like, I keep moving because I have to do this for others. But then at a certain point, like, which is what I'm dealing with now, is that you've done a lot for other people, and now you need to do things for yourself. So that's where I'm at. 3684 368. Oh, I fucked that up. 36984.
Requisition
There we
code
go.
accepted. Issuing repair beacon.
So basically, I lived a lot of my life like to better myself for the betterment of other people. That's where my ambition came from. And now I'm starting to kind of readjust that. While like it is nice to help people, it really is. I don't think I'll ever change that with myself. I like helping people. Like, you know, you got a problem and I might be able to help it. Like, fuck, let's do this. Even if I'm not able to help it exactly, maybe I can just, like, I don't know, watch your dog while you go find that person who can help you. I don't know, you know, like, that's where I'm at. But on the other side of it, you can't help people if you can't help yourself. So, like, maybe some of my shortcomings in that is because I didn't focus on myself, so that's where I'm kind of to now. You know? So for me, like, I kind of try to think, like, what would you do for someone else? And why don't you just do that for yourself? You know? Like, I'm the younger brother. Like, I have an older brother, so it's just two of us. I'm the younger brother. But I've only felt like the younger brother in the past couple of years. And that's nothing to say against my brother. He's actually, like, a really great guy. He's got his life together. It's just... because I was always the protector, you know? I'm the one who protected our household when we were kids, you know? Like, no one would dare rob our house. No one would dare fucking hurt my brother when I was a kid. Because, yeah, if you did that, like, bad things would happen to you, you know? So that was a big part of why it was enticing to fucking be part of that crew. It was because of my protection for my family. You know? You know what, Heather? You can take my ideology, but make your own out of it. Because that's what makes it stronger. Build your own thing, you know? And that's another thing I'm trying to do is, like, I took the philosophy of a friend and I didn't think about how to make it my own. And I just ran with it for all these years and never thought about how to individualize it. And while I'm honored that, like, you like my ideology to adopt aspects of it, I think your life, my life are so different that just even just when it comes down to the male and female experience, you know, your life is different than mine on other levels, just from the people you've met, you know, the friendships you made along the way, all those things. That I think whatever you adopt is going to be your own thing anyways, you know, because certain things may have worked for me that aren't going to work for you, and certain things I would have never thought about in a million years you will think about, you know. But I appreciate that. That's humbling. I try to be like a caring, positive person, but also on top of it, not allowing people to walk over me, you know, because there's also that. If you're too nice to certain people, they will take advantage of it. That's just their characteristic, you know. And the best thing as someone who opens himself up to help and care and try to better people around themselves, to better themselves too, because that's what I get out of it too. I think I make myself a better person by helping people around me. So I learn too, you know. But at the end of the day, if I'm helping someone who is just taking advantage of my goodwill, then I don't learn anything from that. And the best I can learn from is to not allow that to happen to me, you know. And the fact of the matter is just a lot. Once again, it's my experience, is there tends to be more people who kind of pay it forward and are generally nice people, and like you help them and they'll appreciate it and they'll take it out. But man, those people who don't fucking learn a goddamn thing and just take advantage of your kindness, they really fucking just get tattooed into your soul. You know? And you gotta try to shake them off, you know? Just think about the positivities and then learn from it once again, you know? Not allow, okay, that motherfucker did this way, said this thing this way to fucking take advantage of my goodwill. Well, I'm not gonna let that shit happen again, you know? But that's not gonna stop me from being a nice person. You know, I think one of the worst things could happen to me is that someone beats me down so much that I become a cruel person. You know? I think that would be like really defeating the purpose of everything that I tried to live by. Well, you know, once again, this is something I'm trying to learn too, so I'm not saying I'm perfect at it too, because my ex had a way of fucking just taking advantage of my goodwill. So I'm here talking about not allowing bad people to take advantage of your goodwill, but I didn't know this person was taking advantage of me. I thought we were in a relationship, you know. So we all have to learn, you know. I let her do that for like a good time, like 12 years, and didn't think about it how negatively she was impacting me. Yeah, exactly. Like, you waste this energy on these people, but don't feel like that. Try to feel like, okay, what can I learn? What can I fucking learn from those mistakes? A loss isn't a loss if it's a lesson, you know? That's the way you progress. So someone takes advantage of you, your goodwill, etc. Well, you could bum yourself out, which is fair. Allow yourself to be bummed out a little bit, that's fair. But on the other hand, then go, well, shit, what can I learn from this? You know? But who are these people you're hard on? Are you hard on nice people, or are you hard on these people who are taking advantage of your goodwill? No, because that's the difference between defending yourself and maybe, you know, possibly being unreasonably mean, when you could probably lay up on people, you know. But where's that coming from too, you know? If you don't mean it and it just comes out that way, then what's the source of that? You know, what's causing that? You know, so like for me, like it's very hard for me to be mad at my brother. His mindset, like just the way he is, like he's just a hard person to get mad at. And when I get mad at him, because he's my brother and we've known each other for so long, he knows how to diffuse me like it's unplugging a fucking alarm clock. Like it's nothing to him. He knows how to talk to me. He knows how to diffuse my bullshit. And like I can even see it, and I still can't fight it. I'm like, you're trying to do this now, and it's working. And there's nothing I can do to stay angry, because you're just like, he just knows me, you know? That's family. But so, like, if I'm being cruel to him, like, then I know that's me. That is fucking me. There's nothing he did, you know, for him to do that. For me to be treating him like that. But then I also have other people in my life that if I'm being mean to them, it's most likely because they're being a fucking prick to me. The ones you've been enabling if you say nothing. Okay, well... So, like... without knowing full details of the situation, enabling kind of usually comes from a place of love, but then apprehension, you know? So you care for this person, but you don't want to outright, like, interject on whatever thing they got going on that, like, you find wrong, or might actually be wrong, like, you know, maybe over drinking, or blah, 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 blah. I'm just making examples up. But, to me, you're basically, once again, this is just armchair diagnosis here. You're going over hard on them with that criticalness because you care about them. You would enable someone you didn't give a fuck about. You know what I mean, Heather? Yes, I'm very Canadian. I try to be polite too much sometimes to a detriment. Yes, very true. I'm sorry for all of that. I'm sorry for hurting every part of your feelings. And if I didn't hurt your feelings, I'm sorry for not hurting your feelings somehow. But yeah, that's Canadian. But it's like, yeah, like you usually don't enable people you don't give a fuck about. And if you're going hard on the other ways because you're trying to possibly trying to overcorrect the enablement. So then now you're being overly critical because you're like, well, enabling ain't gonna do shit. You know what I mean? All right, we're still waiting for more fusion cores. Oh. Alright, so my food just showed up, so I'll be back in a moment. We're just gonna chill out here while I hunch down on some food, and we'll continue this conversation. Alright, we're back. And I just read what you said, Heather. So there's a difference between projection and perception. That's the way I look at it. So you project help to someone. It's not your fault if they if they perceive it, as someone being, quote unquote bitchy or whatever, or being mean or critical or whatever, That's really on them if you're trying to be honestly helpful. It's like saying okay, we'll just give an easy example. Heather, I hope you have a nice day. And that's pretty, nondescript. I seriously, I hope you have a nice day. I really do, honestly. I hope you have a nice day today. But if I said it like, well, I hope you have a nice day, it comes off sarcastic. That's projection. So if you project even a nice thing shittily, then, it's going to be perceived that way. But if you're legit trying to be helpful with someone and they perceive it as like you being critical, well, there's not much you can do about that. You can try to readjust maybe how you approach the situation of these people, but there's only so much you can do about it, and that's honestly, that's something I had to learn in my last relationship, because I would try to be honest to my spouse. So I would give her an honest assessment of something, being like, I'm worried about X, Y, or Z. And she'd flip out at me. Be like, why did you do that? Why'd you bring that stress on me? Well, it's like, well, this is a thing that may happen, and I'm just trying to let you know that it could happen. So, I'll give an example. And this isn't even something that's even somewhat my fault, but, something that, what the fuck just shot at me? Flatwoods monster. That's what that looked like. Where's he to? Where's he to? Where's the fucker? Okay. Weird.
If you have supplies to trade, I can be...
Anywho, here's an example. She would often skip out on paying a bill. So maybe I don't know. This is me trying to be overly nice once again, is maybe she couldn't afford it that week and was like, I'll get it next week, and then forget about it next week or something like that. So that would pile up because I would not know. She wouldn't fucking tell me. So I wouldn't care if she didn't tell me and then just compensate for it on the next pay scale, whatever. That's fine. But she wouldn't tell me, and then it would all add up, and then I would be at work and get a notice of, if you don't pay this bill within the next day or so, we'll disconnect your service. And it's like, for what? I'd be like, oh, $60. And you're like, $60? You're going to disconnect my shit for $60? And you look at it and it's because it's 3 months of not paying $20. And they look at that as neglecting payments. Whatever. It's a dick move on their end. But so I would try to let her know you can just let me know about this stuff, and we can work it out, hell, even if you contact the goddamn company and let them know it's going to be $20 short, send them an email or something, goddamn shit, even they'll forgive you. But no, it was always a judgment thing. It didn't matter how many times I tried to approach it in a friendly way. What she actually wanted me to do was know exactly when she decided she didn't want to pay it, and pay it without her telling me that I should pay it. And that's crazy. That's crazy. There's no kind of compromise I can do. So basically, what I did was that I checked our fucking bills like a goddamn hawk to make sure she paid them. And if she didn't pay them, I would just have to fucking pay them. I would just have to pay her a portion of it. Because if I called her out on it, she would get defensive and all this shit. And I just kept trying to compromise and compromise when it's not really a compromise situation. It's you promised to do this thing and you're not fulfilling your promise. You need to do that, you know? But here I am, not taking the fact that, like, she perceives my kindness and me trying to compromise as offensive. There's nothing I can do about that. So, like, if I had to go to her and be like a total asshole and be like, oh, you broke ass bitch, you didn't fucking pay the bill again. Yeah, of course I deserve to be fucking, like, her to be mad at me. Even if she did something wrong, like, I didn't approach it right. You know? She probably just didn't have the money, honestly. Or straight up just didn't feel like she should pay for them. She... Like... Without going into too much detail, for a certain point of our relationship, I made more money than her, and I would pay more for bills because that's the way it made sense. So if I make 20% more than her, then I'll pay 20% more, and that, to me, that's 50-50. So 50%, okay, if you look at something, we'll just make it easier, $100. So if a bill's $100, she pays 30, I pay 70, or she pays 40, I pay 60. Like, that's fair to me because I make that much more money that, like, you know, 60 to me is 40 to her. But what she would do is not pay her 40 or pay 20 of the 40 and then not tell me that she didn't pay that 20. And it was like, instead of actually saying to me, like, I feel like you should pay the majority, like, you should actually pay 80% of the bills, which would be way off, which would not be fair, she would just try to find ways to do that. And then after a while, like, of me calling her out on it, I just fucking yielded and did it. Just a lack of confrontation. Once again, I'm a person who tries to please people. I try to help and things like that, but also on the other hand, you know, you can allow people to take advantage of you. So, you know, I might preach those things and say to you, like, you know, you got to learn when not to allow someone to take advantage of you. But I am not preaching. I'm not practicing what I'm preaching all the time, you know. Sometimes it's the hardest thing you can do is actually live by the lessons that you think others should live by. You know, we all make compromises within ourselves. Oh, definitely took advantage of. She took advantage of the fact that, like, if she browbeated me enough, that I would just yield. That, like, you know, I do stand up for myself. Don't get me wrong, but, like, at a certain point, like, I'm just gonna find it too mentally exhausting. You know, where, like, and that was kind of her tactic, was, oh my god, that's a deathclaw. We're walking away. We're walking away. We're walking away. Sometimes I would just find it too mentally exhausting to deal with something and with her bullshit. So she would take something and blow it out of proportion so much that, like, it was just easier to do the thing than fight her on it. You know? And I remember one time, I had, like, I basically addressed it with her family and was like, did she do this to you as a kid? Like, you know, whenever she didn't like something, things like that. Like, did she do this with past relations? Like, you know? And they just nodded at me and were like, yes, she does this to everyone. And I had to look at her parents, and it's like, yeah, like, I don't have children, so I can't, you know, I shouldn't be telling people how to raise their children or anything like that. But I was like, why didn't you discipline this when she was a kid? You know, she's in her 30s accepting this as a normalcy of life. That, like, you can just say fuck it to compromise, and you can just browbeat someone and dig your heels down enough that you get what you want. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? I hope she learns. I really do, because I always wish the best in people, once again, even though it broke my heart and my soul a little. Definitely my solo. Honestly, I would hope someday that we would cross paths and she would be a better person and I would be a better person. There's obviously some growth I need on my end. You know, you don't. I find very rarely does a relationship end because it's solely one person's problem. One person's shit might come out stronger, but you definitely might have had something to play in it, you know? And for me, it was allowing someone to take advantage of me so much. Honestly, I should have either ended the relationship years ago and moved on and just let it go instead of trying to fucking fix someone who doesn't want to be fixed. Or compromise with someone who's just constantly going to keep moving that fucking bar. So the more you compromise with them, you're just making things worse for yourself, you know? And here I am thinking like this is just some normalcy of a relationship because a normal relationship, there's compromise. Sometimes I look at it like, it's like you're in a band, you know? Or like in a group, right? Like, and sometimes like you're playing lead guitar or lead singing. Sometimes you're just fucking playing tambourine, you know? But you're playing towards that band, right? So like that's compromise. Sometimes I'm lead singer, sometimes I'm on tambourine, you know? And so I thought all the compromises I was making was just like, this is just normalcy in a relationship. Like sometimes I get what I want and sometimes she gets what she wants. And then here we are. But not realizing that like I'm just bending over backwards to avoid conflict. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I realized I was doing. I wasn't compromising, I was enabling. And this goes back to what you were saying, honestly, which is really cool about enabling. It's like, you know, it's a very weird line because it's like, are you enabling with someone or are you compromising with them? And you kind of look at like, you almost got to do like a Rolodex history of the events you've had with this person and how many times like you've been like, oh well, yeah, no, we'll just do this thing, you know, just try to make it simple here. Now obviously it's deeper than that compromising is, but it's like, yeah, no, we'll do your thing, we'll get this food or we'll order this type of pizza or we'll go watch this movie or something like that, to them doing that for you, you know. And you kind of like go through that history and go, well shit, it's like literally like a 5% time they do what I want to do. And actually come to think about it, when we do what I want to do, they're absolutely shitty. Like they're mean, their arms are folded, they're just ho-hum the whole time. Like it's not a good experience when we get to do what I do. But when I do what they want to do, I try to make, you know, a great time out of it and have fun and learn and get out of my comfort zone and stuff. And it's like, oh, come to think about it, I just basically do whatever the fuck they want to do, you know? And the only time we do stuff that I want to do is like when they feel like they just need to do it for performance. And that's fucked. Yeah, they definitely do. Because it's hard to think about things like that too, right? Because like so many life experiences like just get blurred into another too, right? Like, and I really don't mean to be talking so harshly. Like, I'm talking about the harshest parts of a relationship. I'm actually, like, as a whole, even though we're not together, like, I'm still thankful for the experiences that we have, that we had together. I can't imagine she met me at a great time either. This was just after, like, like after I gave up on cooking. So I became a chef because out of convenience. Basically, I was already working in a restaurant. I apprenticed with someone. I became a Red Seal chef. I started as a dishwasher, became a prep cook, became a line cook, became a grill cook, and then became a sous chef for the restaurant. But, ew. She met me after, like, I was trying to... I really didn't want to do that. I just did that out of convenience, because it was just, like, happened to be at the right place at the right time kind of situation, right? But it wasn't really, like, what I wanted to do with my life. So she met me at the point where I was going to school after, like, just burning out from being a chef. So she met me when I was going back to school and shit like that. So, like, you know, I always put it down to, like, you know, she met me at a downtime and she dealt with some of my bullshit. But I didn't put a timer on that shit, you know? Isn't it? Self-therapy, or well, therapy through commiseration, I imagine. But isn't it weird though, like how both of us too, at this sense, like we're able to say things to each other, right? Like, you did this and you were too compromising this way and you should have stood up for yourself that way, or like, I think you're right that way. But it's so much harder to practice what you preach with other people. Like, I can outwardly lens myself and look at someone else's situation and be like, yeah, I could see like this and like where like your feelings are on that, and like I could see where you're both right and wrong on something. But to me, to reflect that back on myself sometimes is so much fucking harder, you know? And it's great that we can have this conversation, honestly. It's helpful. Sometimes it's just nice to have that outward lens, you know? Sometimes we can be our own worst critic, but sometimes we can be our best critic, which is a bad thing too, where we have like these blinders on ourselves and you're like, no, I'm fucking awesome, nothing's going wrong. Oh god. You know? What are these mole rats? Like, about 5 or 6 years ago, even though, like, I was still dealing with the same bullshit that I did, like, say, about a year and a half ago when my relationship was considered more of a rock bottom. You had to say to me 5 years ago, like, I think you're compromising too much for your spouse, you're doing too much for him, this, like, I would tell you to go fuck yourself, and I wouldn't have seen it. I see it now, but I wouldn't have seen it then. Yeah. It's hard to take your own advice too, because like you might even say it to yourself, but then like it's so easy to break your own advice. But like if a really important person came to me and was like, I really need you to do this for like yourself and for me. You know, like a really important friend or family member. I would probably take that exact same advice I was giving myself with more credence because they said it, you know? It's weird. It's easier to disappoint yourself than other people sometimes, you know? I think that's where it comes down to. The turning point was on when I woke up one morning and I got an email from her lover saying that she cheated on me. That would probably do it. So, make a long story short, when I first got the issue with my feet in 2019, that summer she went on a conference to a different province in Canada and cheated on me with someone within her field that lives elsewhere that she was corresponding with. Probably on professional stuff, maybe they had a few drinks, whatever, fucking I don't know. I really don't give a shit. But then they had an online relationship where they basically fell in love, apparently. I don't know. They would tell each other they cared about each other. I don't fucking know. They're probably just worried about smashing. I don't fucking know. But she lied to him and basically told him I was an abusive person and that she couldn't get out of the relationship, X, Y, or Z. This guy like fucking hated me even though he didn't know me and whatever. And when COVID really happened and like was like in the midst of it in like, you know, 2020, 2021, and I started streaming, he started watching my streams and realized I wasn't this person that she played me out to be. Oh God, no. She's in her 30s. So we're like, had this relationship when she was like 34, 35 with this guy. 2019, no. Yeah. So for like 4 years. It's 2019 to 2022. So 3 years, sorry. Yeah. But she like completely lied to him and like basically said she was like in an emotionally abusive relationship and she couldn't leave me, etc. And like, Jesus, she wanted to leave me, man. She could have left me anytime. I'm never gonna. That's not my style. But so she had this relationship with him, mostly online. They only, as far as I know, they only actually physically met that one time. But because they work in the same field, they both work for universities, so they would correspond with each other, even if they didn't know each. They both worked in the same kind of department in different universities, so like they probably knew each other via emails and correspondence like that for professional things for years. So like one thing led to another. No, well, she can't play any games with me because I ain't gonna fucking let her play any. Game's over with me. But so back to the point is I wake up one morning and I have this long-winded email from this fucking jerk-off saying that he had a relationship with my basically wife, even though we weren't married. We were together 12 years. That's pretty much a marriage. And how guilty he felt after he realized I wasn't this bad person, you know, that he was led to believe. And basically he's trying to push all the blame of him like participating in cheating on her. And it's like, okay, dude, like your dick didn't slip and fall on her, okay? Like you played a part. Like she told you she was in a relationship. You could have just been like, you know what, man? You come talk to me after, even if the relationship is as bad as you say it is, come talk to me after it's over, you know? But no, you didn't. So you're still a piece of shit. But he, you know, he's trying to save face or make himself seem fucking nicer than he actually was. But basically just broke down the whole thing. Like, yeah, like, even like she told him that I became more bitter when I got sick because like my foot, that like I even became more cruel. And if anything, she became more cruel because I was supposed to take care of her, so she didn't like the idea of taking care of me. So like I went back to work too early when I shouldn't have. I should have stayed off longer. I lost jobs because I shouldn't. I should have recovered instead of fucking taking other jobs, you know, and shit like that. So I'm reading this email and going like, wow, this all just fucking adds right up. And this was after me like calling her out, like her personality and the way she treats me to her family, being like, is she like this always, or is it just me that brings this out in her? And so I waited for her to get up, because like I woke up in the morning and like seen that email on my phone as soon as I woke up. And so I waited for her to get up. I didn't do anything too crazy, like just waited for her to get up in the morning. She got up, she came into my office, you know, as she usually does, because I always get up before her just say hello, you know. And that's when I confronted her. And she denied everything until I showed her the email. And then, like, kind of still tried to half deny it. Like it was spam or, like, because, like, she's like, oh, you just pissed someone off online. They made some shit up to, you know. Because that would be something I would do. Like, I do piss people off online sometimes. So I was like, no, this isn't that. This is real. Like, they know you way too much to just be some online troll. And then finally she admitted it. Yeah, well, what she was doing, she was hiding everything about herself, but then on the other side projecting all of that bullshit onto me. So she would, like, I worked a job where I'd have to travel a lot. But more often than not, I was in the middle of nowhere, where, like, you can't do shit like that. You know, I worked a lot of remote jobs where I would be in the middle of nowhere, putting up power lines like this. You know, working IT for this shit. And, like, you can't, like, because of, like, so much shit that would happen in these camps, like, if you got caught having a relationship with someone at camp like that, both of you'd be fired. You're blacklisted. Like, it just basically pissed your career away. Like, so it's not worth it. People would do it, yes, but I did not see a point of ruining my career over fucking 5 minutes of fun. So, but I would constantly get accused of it because I would have to travel every third or fourth week. Every second week or whatever. At least, like, at one point, I would spend 1 week home, 1 week in a different part of Canada, and then another week in another part of Canada, and then I'd come back home for a week. And at the height of that, oh man, I was constantly being accused of fucking cheating. And it's like, where am I fucking finding time? I'm literally working 60-hour weeks. What the fuck? What do you think I'm doing? I'm too tired to even touch myself, for Christ's sakes. What the fuck? Cheat. That's a lot of energy. I don't think it was that, because possibly. But I mean, like, I would spend all my time with her when I was home. I would spend time talking to her when I was away. You know, like, I do nice things where it's like, oh, don't worry about supper tonight. I just ordered Skip the Dishes to come, you know, for you at 6 o'clock. And it's your favorite meal and shit like that, you know? Like, I can't see why, like, she would think I was neglecting anything. If anything, it came down to, okay, if she felt like it was neglect. Her version of neglect was someone not fully taking care of her, so I wasn't there to take care of her, which is different than neglecting her. You know. So if I'm not there to do dishes and pick up after her, like, is that neglect? When I'm still talking to her every day, contacting her and telling her I miss her and checking up on her day and, you know. Once again, that goes down to perception versus projection. Or projection, yeah. So it's like, or whatever. She's projecting that I'm not taking care of her, but it's like, but I totally am. I pay for the majority of the bills. I'm the cook of the house. I'm the cleaner of the house. Yeah, because, you know, Red Seal Chef here. Of course I'm cooking. Red Seal Chef here. I'm a better cleaner. Managed and maintained everything in the house, would drive, would do all the errands, all that shit. Like, and I did that because I like doing it. And it's like, yeah, these are things I'm better at. So it's like, if I'm better at something, why not me do it? You know? So I'll take care of the majority of that shit. It was in her mind that I was neglecting her, then it was her own twisted perception of what she requires out of a relationship. I'm sorry. You know? You can only do so much for someone, you know? And once again, here's me not taking my own advice, because after the fact, I can say this, but like for years I didn't listen to that shit. I just did it. I just did everything and was just like, yeah, no, she's pulling her weight. No. Like, I felt like at certain points I would joke and be like, I am like a 40s and 50s style housewife, but I have a job on top of it. And I'm the majority bread owner, so it's like I'm a mix of both. It's like I do everything. I take care of all the bad sides of a 40s and 50s relationship, where it's like I make sure the house is clean, all this stuff, but I also work and am the majority bread earner. Because she would come home and it was just like almost like you would see in a 40s, 50s sitcom, where it was just like sit on the couch and just like hang out, watch TV till go to bed. And knowing that supper was going to be ready and that the fucking house was going to be clean. And it's like, that's crazy. And I don't expect women to have like a role like that, a domestic role. I actually expect it to be shared. And that's where it's crazy, because there was no sharing. I'm willing to, you know, do the quote unquote, you know, what's considered women's work. Dishes, clean the house, make supper, fucking all that stuff, man. I don't mind that. Like, I actually enjoy cleaning.
If you have supplies to trade,
but it's like when I don't see that, I don't get that back. That's when it's a problem. And once again, I'll stand by that one. She can perceive neglect all she wants. It wasn't neglect. And if she perceives it, that's on her. I did everything I could to try to project that I was never neglecting her. Hell, I used to try to get her to go to movies. So we want to go to movie theater. Like, let's go see a movie. We both love movies. You know, let's go see a movie on the big screen instead of watching it on TV 6 months later when it comes out. You know, on streaming or DVD or whatever, you know. No, my back hurts. And I can't sit in those chairs. So that would be the excuse. I don't want to go do that. I don't want to deal with the stress of a movie theater, too many crowds, etc. Fair. These are, like, I look at that and go, yeah, I don't really like crowds either. But I do love when I sit down and everyone's quiet when we're watching a movie together. But yeah, like, the crowds suck, the prices suck, whatever. I agree with you on that one. So, me being an IT professional, I built a movie theater in my basement. I bought a projector, I bought a screen. I put it together. I had like lighting that was kind of like a movie theater. I put like the curtains up, because apparently you need those curtains because it's something called light bleed. So you put them up so that like the edges of your movie screen don't look blurry. So I did that. I did everything to make a movie theater in our basement. And you're talking about like a 140-inch fucking screen in our basement. It was amazing. I built all that shit, and she might have watched a dozen movies on it. We had it for 5 years. I watched a lot of shit on it because I fucking built that and I was using it. But yeah, it wasn't until like basically in year 4 of 5 of that she even like used it much. No, what it was is she'd make an excuse not to do something, and then me being me, would try to come up with a compromise, right? So I'm looking at this going, not this is an excuse, this is a legit reason. So I can't go to a movie with you because my back hurts. Oh, well, that sucks. I really like going to movies with you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a movie theater in our basement so we can still have the experience of going to a movie, but we can sit on a nice, comfortable couch. We can pause the movie if your back feels bad, etc., etc. So I do all that, and then I don't want to watch movies with you. That's what it comes down to. I'd rather just hang out and browse Twitter on my phone and fucking do nothing and smoke weed all day. That's what I'd rather do. And I don't want to tell you that, so I come up with these excuses to why I don't want to hang out with you, you know? But also I feel like, and you might actually get this, but when you are a certain personality type, there are other personality types, whether positive for you or negative, that get attracted to you. So, if you're a caretaker, you can meet other caretakers, and you guys can caretake together. And maybe, like, you just commiserate and how you have to take care of people in your own respective lives. And that's where your friendship bonds. Or maybe, I don't know, you come up with a caretaking business together. And that's how you become close, etc. But also on top of it, in that caretaker example, you'll also find people who are attracted to take advantage of you. And that's what happened, I think. That's her personality type is pre-designed to fucking prey on my personality type, and I didn't see that. I'll see it now. Next time someone tries to do that, but at 22 years old, I didn't see that.
Hi there.
You know? Or 24. Sorry. 24, I didn't see that.
Well done, volunteer. You're on the way to being a true survivor.
It goes back to what I was saying too. It's like you as an individual, you can either learn from that mistake and not allow someone to take advantage of you that way, or you can just let it keep bringing you down. And I think the best thing for us all is to never let someone bring you down. But once again, it's easier said than done. So much easier said than done. Practicing what you preach is totally
and a little luck, you'll do
used to, though. That's past tense. Once again, it's okay if you were like that once, but it's okay. It's only okay as if you learn from it. Like, I just told you a bunch of shit I used to do when I was a kid that wasn't great, and I did it all in the purpose of something, and I thought that's what made it okay. Well, you know what? It wasn't completely okay. But you gotta learn from it. So I take the best parts of it, helping people. I did all the shit I did as a kid because I thought I was helping my family. And I did help them a bit, but it wasn't nice. It wasn't polite. It wasn't friendly. So now I try to be nice and helpful and friendly, but I don't do it in a way that's at the detriment of other people. Exactly. You didn't know what you're doing at the time, but you learned, and now you know more of what you want. I can't say any of us know exactly what we want at any time, honestly, but as we grow, we know a little bit more and more and more and more and more and more. But at that time, you knew less than what you know now. And that's called growth. You could just stay with that arrested development for your entire life, That's an option. It's a shitty option, but it's certainly an option. Or you could learn. You could grow. You could go, you know what, that was a shitty thing, and even worst case scenario, you can't apologize to the people that you did those things to. So I look at my ex, she can't apologize to me for the shit she did. Because she has no contact with me, and I probably won't even allow it if she wanted to talk to me. I really don't want to talk to her after what she fucking did to me. Maybe some happenstance we cross each other like that. Like, that's kind of hard to avoid. But, I don't want to fucking talk to her. So even if she wanted to fucking apologize to me and be sincere about it, she can't. It's too late. So the best she could do is try to live a better life and learn from that mistake. And sometimes that's the best you can do. And I honestly hope that's what she does. Even if she never gets a chance to apologize to me, and I'll never get that out of her. A piece of me still hopes that she will learn from that mistake. But that's just me being me. It might not happen. She might just continue doing this, and then the people who have uplifted her in her life, she'll realize they're all gone, and she is truly alone, and she doesn't know how to help herself. And honestly, why would I want to hope that on someone? That sounds terrible. It sounds absolutely terrible, and I don't wish that on anyone. Anyhow, I'm going to take a quick break here, and we're back in a second. But we can keep talking about this shit, but I need a break. I need to go fucking do stuff I can't do on stream, which means smoke weed. And we're back in Flatwoods. I That's definitely an existential question there, Heather. Truly, I don't. I don't wish death on anyone. And to say that, I've definitely wished death on people, but then later realized that was a silly thing to think. But no, honestly, what I truly wish is that she just learn from her fucking lesson from once, and actually feel the guilt that she deserves to feel for what she did. I think that's worse than death, honestly, sometimes for certain people. And I think probably for her, dying would be easier than dealing with the fucking bullshit she got on with and realizing it. Oh yeah, well, even if you're joking, like, it's still a good question to ask, though. You know, I think. Because I think we all have those thoughts. And then, even if they're just fleeting, like, for a second, to say I didn't think about that would be silly. But then instantly, I would think that's a silly thought, you know? And that's a good thing. That's what makes me the person I am, you know? Versus the person they are. For all I know, me not taking care of them anymore and them not being able to have their cake and eat it too, being able to cheat on me and then have someone pick up after them and all this shit. She could have wished death on me. You know? And maybe she never fucking thought so quickly of that's a silly thought, you know? So I'd like to think that, like, it kind of makes, not that I'm fucking trying to do score here, but I think that makes me the better person of it all. Is the fact that, like, I don't wish those things. And if I do, they're fleeting. That it's like, oh, that's silly. She doesn't deserve that. I would hope so, but I doubt. I imagine she just hasn't learned. And I know why she hasn't learned. She, this is going to be a fun one. She ended up, like 5 or 6 days after I left her, contacting, one of those people I tried to help but failed. The one person I tried to help but failed. And, got with him. So, she didn't learn because she went to someone who was like basically me if I never grew up. And more aggressive, worse version of me. And I basically threw them out of my life because I deemed them being dangerous. And honestly, I'm not ashamed to say why. So he was living with us, with me and her when we were together. He broke up with his girlfriend a couple months before and moved back home and was really depressed and all this shit. And, you know, the idea of living home with mommy and daddy kind of made him feel shitty. And so I had a spare room and I was like, dude, live with me. You know, whatever your parents charge you for rent, you can just give me that and we'll be good and you don't have to live under their roof. So he moved in with us and, you know, me being me, just like trying to motivate the guy and, he was unemployed selling fucking weed and fucking coke and all this shit and compensating from not working full time, even though he's like a licensed plumber. And, he started working again and getting himself back on the go and saved up money and all this stuff. And we moved to another spot together. And when we moved there, he started saving up more for his own place. Got a girlfriend. Oh my God, this seems all positive, right? But like, no, it wasn't, because one night, he went out drinking with his girlfriend to a club and stuff. And they came home, and they got a cab home, and she was like really, really, really drunk, and he started like hitting on her a little too hard and like making out with her and like basically like groping her and stuff, and she didn't want anything to do with it because she was too drunk, and she was just like, no, whatever, right? Like, whatever. Doesn't matter what her reasons is. Doesn't matter. She says no, it means no. So at this same time, my neighbor, who I became pretty close with pretty quickly, was out with his 2 dogs, waiting for them to do their business. So it was like 5:30 in the morning, and so like he's out at the same time, and like his dogs are out in the back lawn, and he's up on the patio, the top deck, and just like waiting for them to do their thing, and then like they'll run up the stairs when they're done, and he's just like leaning over the patio, just watching the sunrise and shit like that. And here comes my friend and his girlfriend in our backyard, because he had a door that led to his room that was in our basement. It was quicker for him to go through. And so here's what our neighbor explains to me. I see the cab drop 2 of them off, and 2 of them walk like staggeringly ass drunk towards the house. He pins her up against the wall next to the door and starts trying to make out with her, and she's like, no, I'm too drunk. And she tries to push him away. He grabs her by the wrists, pins her up against the fucking wall, and starts making out with her, like all over her body and shit like that, while she is saying no, but like can't really fight because she's way too drunk to do it, to fight back. So she's just like, no, please, no. So him, being a decent fucking human being, ran down the stairs and ran into my backyard and came around and was like, is everything okay? And the second he came in there and asked that, he grabbed his girlfriend at the time, opened up the door, and threw her in our house, and then just ran into the house and locked the door. Right? And so my neighbor is like, his brain is like fucked up from seeing that, right? So like he can't go back to bed. So he's just up, right? And I'm an early riser too, right? So he didn't know my girlfriend and that girl, the difference between them at the time. He didn't know her very well. He only knew me. So he didn't know what the fuck was on the go, and thought that was my girlfriend, not knowing that that was my girlfriend, basically, right? So he thought that that was his girlfriend, and that my girlfriend was his girlfriend. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so like basically if the 3 of us live in there, he thought that like he was going out with my girlfriend, and that he did that shit to my girlfriend. So my girlfriend gets up fucking 7 o'clock in the morning and goes out and gets a coffee, as she would normally do. So she gets in her car, about to get in her car, and he approaches her and is like, are you okay? And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course I'm okay. Like, I'm just trying to get a coffee here, you know? And he's like, well, no, what happened to you earlier? Like, are you okay from that? I was like, is everything okay? Like, she's like, what do you mean what happened to me earlier? She's like, dude, I just got up. And like, he's like embarrassed and like a little concerned at the same time. He's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And he's like, I thought that was you that happened to. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And so he proceeds to explain to her what he just seen like a couple hours earlier. And she pieces it together. That was him and his girlfriend at the time. So I get up shortly after, and she immediately comes to me and explains to me what our neighbor just said to us. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? She's like, no, man. Like, he literally just like was about to like fucking call the cops and shit, and like, you know, like take me to a fucking women's shelter and all this other shit because of what he just seen. And I'm like, holy fuck. I was like, well, this guy's done in my life. And so, like, I mean, I known this guy since I was 5 years old, right? Like, well, we were in kindergarten together. And I'm like, and he did not have an easy life. His father was extremely abusive, and he has violent tendencies from that. But he never, ever displayed them towards me. It's always towards other people. And it was because he knew I wouldn't fucking deal with it. I wouldn't fucking play his bullshit. And also, if he wants to get violent with me, I can get violent back. I know how to defend myself. So there's no point. Because we'd just be at a standstill. Either I'd kick his ass, he'd kick my ass, and one of us would keep coming back for each other. Like, it's just not going to end well. Like, we were too evenly matched that way. So, like, it was kind of a standstill, right? Like, we're very similar that way. You know? I'm not saying I'm a tough guy, but I'm no pussy. You know? No wuss. But, so, like, I was out, like, he never, ever acted violent towards me. So I never really considered issue, like, towards me and him. But, like, yeah, like, I would notice, like, he would fucking do some crazy shit, right? Yeah, we grew up in the same neighborhood, you know? And like I said, like, I had an absent father, but I didn't have an abusive father. So, like, yeah, like, I did have a soft spot. Like, I never grew up in a house of abuse. But, like, his old man, like, literally, like, fucking did some wild-ass shit I can't talk about. It's none of my business to talk about it, but we can say it is... Picture some of the darkest shit you can think about someone doing to someone. And yeah. That's it. And, like, he survived that. He's seen that shit. Like, his mother left in the middle of the night with him and survived an abusive relationship. But, like, that shit fucks with your brain, you know? And while it's not his fault, it's his responsibility to deal with that. And he didn't deal with it. And he became this person. And, like, doing shit like that, it's like, no. I don't care what you went through in your life, what happened to you, what people did to you. You don't get to do that to people. But because, once again, he grew up in a very dark life, I decided to deal with it diplomatically rather than confront him fully on it. So basically, he was planning to buy a house, and he already had the down payment made at the time. So I just fucking, yeah, he was bred violently. Exactly. So at the time, I just, like, was just like, I'm just gonna fucking be diplomatic here. And when he's gone, when he moves into his house, I'm just never gonna see him again. I'm not gonna go to the housewarming. I'm just gonna fucking, you know, ignore him from my life. And if he ever tries to fucking confront me about why I don't talk to him, I'm gonna tell him. And he thought it was because, like, childish shit, that, like, because he got a girlfriend, he spent too much time with her and not hanging out with me. And, like, it's like, no, dude, that's called being an adult. Like, that's what happens when you meet a spouse, you fucking child. I wasn't mad at you because of that. That's normal. I expect that, right? But it was because you assaulted the fucking poor lady is why I fucking don't like you, you know? And so, like, a couple of months after he moved into his house, he tried to apologize to me. Like, I know I spent too much time with my girlfriend, ignore my bro and all this shit. And it's like, you know, all this stuff. And what happened was she left him. So he was apologizing to me because she left him and he had no one to hang out with. So he didn't realize, like, even and under his premise that, like, he spent too much time with his girlfriend, ignored his actual friends or whatever, like, that dumb shit. It wasn't that. It was because his girlfriend left him and he had no more friends. And so he apologized to me, and at the same time, my ex, I didn't know that. But at that time, I literally was just like, dude, it has nothing to do with you fucking spending more time with your girlfriend. That's normal. I expect that. It's the fact that you sexually assaulted her in my fucking backyard, you piece of shit. That's why I don't want to talk to you. you did that shit. And he tried to lie, and then I told him that our next door neighbor seen it, and then he was just like, our next door neighbor didn't see what he thought he seen. All the typical guy shit that happens when fucking dudes get caught doing this bullshit, or, well, more so anyone, but, like, especially dudes, because it's always especially dudes. And I was just like, I'm done with you. I was like, you don't deserve my fucking friendship. There's lines, and you drew it. Like, you know, why do you think I didn't want to hang out with you? Because you're dangerous. The way I looked at it, if he was going to do that to her, he could have easily done it to my spouse. Could have sexually assaulted her one night, and then I'd have to deal with that. No, he was trying to hide the point, but yeah. Well, he might have missed it because he probably didn't realize what he did was either A, he got caught doing it by, like, I knew, or B, he probably didn't see that as being a wrong thing, honestly. So this motherfucker gets caught doing that shit. I call him out for it. And now at this point, like, he has barely any friends left. Because most of his friends he's assaulted. Or embarrassed. So, like, we'll rewind a bit. And so when he first moved in, he had, like, a little housewarming party for himself. So he invited a bunch of his friends. That, like, I'm not, like, totally friends with. I know by association. Like, we know each other. We're, you know, we know each other, but we're not friends, right? Like, you know, friend to friends, right? Like, he moved to a different school. He moved and went to a different school when we were teenagers. So I stayed in the same neighborhood, and he ended up moving out of that neighborhood. His mom met someone, and they moved out. So he knows these people from this different town. They're all pretty fucking decent people. You know, I don't really have a bad thing to say about any of these folks. But, like, yeah, you know, so he's having, like, a little party, and then, like, they're all gonna go to a club afterwards and shit like that. So it's like the pregame party, whatever, you know? So they're all there, and, like, I'm not going downtown. I'm not hanging out with them or anything like that. I'm a roommate. So I'm just kind of, like, being on the outside, right? And, but, like, I'm talking to one of his really, you know, quote-unquote close friends. You know, it's supposed to be the equivalent of me, but from the neighborhood he ended up, like, being a teenager in. So he's out having a smoke. And I'm just like, you know, hey, how you doing, man? It's a long time, no see, et cetera, and we catch up like that. And he says to me, he's like, yeah, like, I'm really surprised you're actually still friends with him. And I'm like, why? He's like, man, like, he's like, none of us talk to him anymore. He's like, shit, the only reason we're here is because his house is so close to, like, the club we're going to. Which is, you know, my house, because he moved in with me. I'm the one who found the place. And I'm like, really now? And he's like, yeah, man. He's like, he's kind of pissed a lot of us off. I'm like, okay. Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, he doesn't try that shit with me. And he's like, yeah, no, he never really did he? And I was like, yeah, no. And he's like, oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. And so we go back inside from this cigarette. And at the same time, another one of his friends, who's, like, there with his, like, new girlfriend. They just moved in together, right? And they're talking about how they just moved in. And then, you know, my quote-unquote friend, this asshole, proceeds to tell his new girlfriend about all the strip clubs they went to and, like, all the girlfriends he's cheated on and shit like that. And dude is like, holy fuck. And, like, they haven't seen each other in a few years. So, like, he's like, yeah, like, he's trying to play it off. He's like, yeah, that was when a teenager. I'm not like that anymore. And it's like, whether he is or not, it's really no one's business at this point. Like, he's with this girl. Like, you shouldn't just be calling him out like that. Right? Like, what a great friend, right? He's like, yeah, all the strippers and, like, all this stuff. And, so, like, clearly, like, this girlfriend didn't know, like, that side of him, that, like, he went to strip clubs or anything like that. Whether he didn't tell her or didn't have the chance to tell her? I don't know. I really don't fucking know, right? It's none of my business. But he clearly didn't tell her that shit, that side of him yet. So she's just like, what the fuck, right? Like, I didn't know you were even like this. And, like, she just, like, kind of walks away from the conversation, tried somewhat politely. But, like, you can tell, like, oh, yeah, like, she's fucking pissed off. And, like, this is going to be an issue later, right? And so that guy says to our mutual friend, this dumbass, he's like, hey, great move there, dummy. He's like, you really fucked me over. And he said that in front of a bunch of mutual friends after she walked away. He was like, yeah, great move, you fucking idiot, basically. Oh, yeah, extremely disrespectful, right? And it's like, yeah, let that guy fucking fail on his own. Like, holy fuck. So he proceeds to rip the pocket on his shirt that he was wearing that night. And then threw a fucking, like, rum and fucking coke on that shirt, which was lightly colored, so it just stains the whole chest of it. And then that dude's night is ruined. He's like, I gotta go home. And I just watched that. And, like, the dude, like, wanted to punch him in the fucking face, but he knew that, like, that's not gonna do him any good. Because he's an adult and he's probably over that stuff, wanting to do that stuff, and he's like, that's childish. But B, he also knew, which I could see in his eyes, that if I did that stuff, this guy would fucking hit me with a hammer or something, because he's a fucking psychopath. Because I've had to deal with this bullshit before. And, like, I watched that all happen at once, and, like, him and his girlfriend just went home in a cab, and everyone else went to a club. And, like, that's a summary of him. Oh, yeah. Like, that's just who that person is, right? And I just think a piece of me is, like, my ex just, like, kind of liked... I don't know. I think she likes bullies. I don't know. Maybe, like, I don't know. Maybe, like, I always considered myself, like, a bully fighter. So maybe she liked that part of me that didn't back down from people. But, like, that's one thing. It's like, you know, you like someone who, like, stands up for people. But it's like, maybe it's just she just liked aggressive people. You know? I don't know. I really don't care at this point. Like, the best I can do is just learn from my mistakes and be like, yeah, I'm not allowing myself to fucking be fooled by someone like that. No? And, like, back to yourself, Heather. Don't think you're that exact person. I know earlier you said you were kind of like that person when you were younger. I don't... From the conversations we had, I either A, don't believe you're that person now, or B, don't think you were entirely that person in the beginning. Because usually people who are that, like, fuck mean don't usually change. You know? Well, here's what I think. If my ex met someone more opportunistic than him, she's just going to destroy the relationship and try to be with that person like she did with me. And I assume that's what happened. She met that guy up away and he didn't have a problem with his foot. And he had similar interests because, you know, he's the same kind of academic background. Now, meanwhile, like, I could hold a conversation with any academic, don't get me wrong. On that shit, I'm no fucking slouch that way. But, you know, I don't have the same profession. So I think it was just that simple. She just met someone who she thought could provide for her a little better. And then that's all it took. And that's sad. Like you met one person, one or two people more, like a little bit more successful at the time, a little bit more, you know, in a better situation that you gelled with. Like, it's called life. And like, that's fleeting. Like you don't, that's not long term. That's all it takes for you to fucking destroy the relationship you're in. And like shittily too, right? Like she legit met someone and she cared about them and like they gelled a different way and like maybe me and her weren't working out and she felt like that. Like, fine. Like that's life. But you know what? It's on her to fucking deal with it like an adult. And say to me, hey John, things aren't working out. I've met someone. We work out. Me and you don't work out the same way. But ultimately, she picked the cowardice way out. I honestly don't think that she thinks about it, honestly. Because I think if you do something so heinous, you probably don't give a fuck. I think, honestly, the only sadness she felt was getting caught. That's all it was. She felt a little bad in her tummy because, like, you know, like that anxiety me and you feel. Like, she felt that for a little bit because she got called out on her bullshit. Because if she actually felt bad, she wouldn't have just fucking ran to someone so fucking psycho within 5 days. She did that for protection because, like, he's like some dumb barbarian and she knows that, like, he can bonk the guy on the head and that makes her feel safe. She knows he can at least do that. It's like, that's childish. And it's like, honestly, if she fucking liked me because of that, then I'm doubly glad that that's why I'm not with her anymore. It's like, yeah, I can defend myself, but like, I'd rather negotiate through a situation and fucking just like fight people. That's childish. Let's get these guys up here because they're fucking me up. Very true. Exactly. How can you expect to have someone understand and get you if you don't get yourself, you know? So some people try to fake it till they make it, and I feel like that's what she was doing to me. And it's like, yeah, you don't fully understand yourself, but you understand, you at least are trying to understand yourself in the present, you know? And then when things change, you try to understand that development, that growth. Goddamn Scorch. I mean, the worst part about this shit is like a lot of this stuff is just stuff we all go through. It's just how people deal with it is what makes it either like a normal growth and development of life or like some fucked up shit you did to someone. So once again, if she felt like I'm supposed to be the caretaker, I'm sick, and she didn't get in this relationship to be taking care of me, she wanted to be taken care of. Well, you know what? She could have said that to me. She could have been upfront and honest and said, this is what I signed up for. I want to leave. But see, that would take strength. And it would also take security, as what, like you said. Which is clearly lacking. Nice. So we got a Charleston landfill. I don't give a fuck about Charleston landfill. I just walked by it. Oh, but we gotta take this place back. Oh. What public event do we have here? I don't want to do load bearing. A little advanced. Of course. It shouldn't be, though. You know? Like, why be so dishonest? All it ever does at the end of the day is bite yourself in the ass with it. You know? The more dishonest you are with people, you're just being dishonest with yourself. And then you're just compiling dishonesty on dishonesty. So it's almost like it's like stacking loose leaves instead of making a book. And it's like it's all gonna fucking fall down eventually. It's all gonna topple over and get mixed up and fucked up. And I'm not talking about like little stupid white lies. We all do that. That's silly. Like, you know, yeah. That eyeshadow doesn't look bad, or like, yeah, that shirt you bought, dude, it looks great when it doesn't, you know, like we do that stupid stuff to each other. Fine. It's the big things. Yeah, I definitely did. Once again, I don't mind talking about this stuff. I think this just makes, like, you can't change what happened to you, you know? You're better off talking about it than trying to avoid it. I seen you. And honestly, all this ultimately just makes me stronger, you know? Like, once again, learning from this stuff. I'm trying to learn from it. I can't say I completely learned from it because it's only been a year. So I'm still trying to learn, but like, you know, like, you gotta learn from your shit. So I don't feel uncomfortable or embarrassed or anything like that if I'm in the process of learning. If I was trying to avoid it, I could see myself being embarrassed because I'm actively avoiding the truth of my life, you know? The fact of the matter is, the shit happened to me, and I can only make myself stronger by talking about it. And honestly, thank you for listening. That also takes strength too, you know? You don't have to listen to my bullshit. Really, you don't have to, but here you are. And you're commenting on it, and you're actually commenting, like, you're actually giving, like, decent fucking advice here, Heather. So, like, you know, thank you for that. Like, it helps people, you know? And I think that goes into who you are, too, as a person. I don't think you're the type of person to see someone down, you know? Even though I'm not, like, I don't feel truly down, but I'm talking about down things. I'm talking about depressing things. So, like, naturally, you're going to kick in with trying to be positive and trying to be helpful. So that's appreciated, you know? Hmm. Yeah, I get that. Me and my old man don't see eye to eye in that way sometimes. He doesn't he doesn't get that helpful nature. I get that from my mother, right? So sometimes me and him really butt heads. When it comes to like thinking, like troubleshooting, things like that, we're very similar. That's where I get like my mechanical skills and whatever, but like empathy, nah, man. He's like a mute when it comes to empathy and thinking about people that way, right? So like I think sometimes he expects me to act more like him and then I don't. And he's just like mind blown and doesn't understand it, you know? But yeah, like I think your parents, I think it aren't ever going to fully get you, you know, because like you're half of their spouse and then half of them. So sometimes they expect you to act like them and you're like, "Nah, I'm like this dude that you married and had a baby with." You know, or I'm like this lady you had a baby with. Like, I'm sorry. It's not my fault. You're the one who had a kid with them. If you don't get them fully, then how the F are you supposed to get me fully? Sorry. Once again, not my fault. I didn't do the deed. I am just the repercussion of said deed. Alright, we're going to take a little quick break here, and we'll be back in a And we're back. Ooh, Catholicism. I know a bit about that. Our family is Irish Catholic. Yeah, we're a bunch of Irish Catholics. Like literally from Ireland. Actually, I think my mother is Protestant, so like that was a big deal. So imagine that, like, that was the fucking thing that they got together back in like the fucking 70s. So that's how predominant that bullshit is. My aunt that I was talking about, like crying over, because I love her, because she was awesome. My Aunt Vera, a lot of people didn't talk to her for years because she got a tattoo. Apparently that was against religion. Somehow. Fucking weirdos. One thing I realized is that certain people and I'm not trying to say this about your parents, but I'm trying to say this about organized religion. It attracts people like this. Is they're constantly able to point their finger outwards, but then don't realize that there's three pointing back at them. So what that means is that they're constantly judging so they don't have to judge themselves. So being in a judgmental ass religion suits their fucking needs really well, because I don't have to deal with my shit that I'm a mean person because I found a minor flaw in someone else and I pointed that out ever so eloquently. And I'm able to do this in a way that it's hard for people to point out my bullshit, because I can point out their bullshit better than they can point out mine. And I find religion kind of attracts those type of people. It also attracts really nice people who want to help people, but it also attracts assholes like that. I went to a school that was, its church was the, like, premier church for the city. So it was like the biggest church, and it was the most pretty church, and it had the most predominant people go there. And I just happened to live in a low-class neighborhood that was built in the neighborhood that happened to be in that area. So the school I went to, you know, went to that church. And yeah, like, they didn't give a fuck about me or anyone like me. They only gave a fuck about people who contributed to that big-ass fancy church. And I found a lot of people who went to that big-ass fancy church to point fingers so that no one point fingers at the bullshit they were doing. So, we got a lot of fusion cores here now, do we? Let's look at our blammo. Ooh, we got 21 fusion cores. Holy fuck. We're rolling. Okay. Okay, so we've earned to be in power armor. Hell yeah. Like, I've seen good in, yeah, a lot of good in religion, but it's just not personally for me. I don't need a deity for me to be a good person. That's all. Now, one thing I could see is like the community you get from church, but like that would have to be one good ass fucking church for me to like see that community in it, because if the ratio of shitheads versus nice people don't add up for me, I don't want nothing to do with it. Oh, he's a toughie. Fuck. Got something better than this? Yeah. Catholic schools suck. I didn't like it. I went to a Catholic school till basically middle school. 'Cause they... up until I went to like middle school, they had the schools segregated by religion. Well, you know, the difference between a religion and a cult is basically tax exemption status. Oh, awesome. And numbers. Get him, camp. Hell yeah. Take all that. Thank you. Defend? I thought I still... I gotta go defend Poseidon. I thought you were already defended. Like, personally, me, I'm not... The religion doesn't work for me, but I'm not gonna yuck someone's yums. Someone gets a positivity out of religion and is able to follow it to the positivity of it and do without harming, being prejudiced to anyone else, then far be it me to judge. But when there's all that religious zealotry, all that bullshit, yeah, I got no time for that. Judgment of people by how they live, trying to put people in a box, fuck all that. Fuck all that hard. Which religions wouldn't agree with anyway, so fuck. That sucks. What are you doing running from my bombs? God damn it. I'd just be better off fucking... Get him. There we go. Someone's gums? What do you mean? Being attacked more. Why aren't you doing anything, dog? You suck. There you are. Is that thing stuck in the middle of this thing? Of course it is. Might as well just leave it like that. Find Beckett. Must be because I'm a certain level. Oh, nice. We got a few levels here. Could use that endurance boost. Yeah, we'll do that. We could eat people. We already got that one. Are now twice as beneficial. Eating dog food, yeah. Bleh. Chems. Drinking. Are they different? Seem to be the same. Really don't like any of these. No, I already got that one. I don't do a lot of chems in this game. Got anything better? That one seems to be the best of them. Oh, I upgraded it. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, we went 5 endurance. Fuck. We still got... Wow. We've been walking around with a few levels here without upgrading. Well. Bring agility. I already got that one. Pistols. 4. Strength. Got that one. Got that one. You're one-handed. No. You already got you. Gun bashing. Don't give a fuck about that. Strength, yeah. You already got the environmental one, hey? You already got that one. This one and this one. I guess we can be cannibal. Got one there. Yeah. There we go. Alright. So maybe we should do some mission stuff. Listen to the overseer's broadcast on the radio. I already know where she's to, so I guess we can go talk to her. Find Beckett. Don't care about Beckett right now. No. Duchess is missing guard. Okay, so these are the 2 we're gonna think about. Alright, so we gotta go to Sutton and talk to the overseer. I already know where she's to, so... Charleston Fire Department. We didn't go there yet? Alright, let's go do that.
Charleston Fire Department. Automation used to define life in West Virginia. Now it's the only thing left. These training programs that the responders have set up. How many survivors were running through these? It takes a certain calling to voluntarily run into the middle of a fire, rescue people.
All right, let's go talk to her at Sutton.
That spirit.
That's what that broadcast one is about.
They must have fought the Scorched up close more than anyone. I need to find out what they knew.
Mm-hmm. Wish I had a jetpack. Oh, fuck you. No time for you. Yeah, come get me.
Oh, thank God you're here. It's just so good to see you.
Yeah, and you're in blackface.
Cozy as this place is, there's someone I'd like you to meet. We really went overboard with this place. Feel free to look around.
Like, why is it doing that since this update? The update that came out last Tuesday. Or this Tuesday, I'm pretty sure. It's been like this. Like robots, raiders, certain characters like that is okay, but any kind of NPC you can interact with look like this. It's so weird.
To Davenport. He's been helping me with some reconnaissance. Keeping an eye on Appalachia.
Reconnaissance. Oh, that's how we're saying it? It's reconnaissance, bitch. Reconnaissance. La-di-da.
With our new arrivals, I may have some field work for you.
Yeah, cool.
I couldn't have pulled this place off without him. Let's talk. It's good to see you, but we need to focus on the inoculation. Don't put it off.
Okay, that was it?
Now, stay careful.
Wow. That was really worth catching up with you. Great overseer. Real great leader. Really? I still got it. Transmitter signal. Use signal to find Duchess's guard. Okay, I had a golly mine. All right, let's go from here. I know there's a back entrance around here. So let's... go that way, because going the other way sucks. I think I gotta find the guards first, though. Passed out. Or like dead. I'm passed out. They're dead. What's this dude?
That patch of land over there. Maybe I can use that.
Yeah, sure.
If those raiders come snooping around, they're gonna regret it.
I know a guy who could fix that.
Fix what? What's broken? Okay, dude. Could follow up. No.
What was that?
What's what? Oh. Some big ass ticks.
I need a drink after this.
Thought they were dead on the hillside somewhere, maybe. Something legendary over here. Hello. I'm in a roleplay team? Really? Alright. Hey, where you going? Where you go? Come back here. Ah! Got it. Maybe I should change my team goals. Maybe let's join this team. There they are. I hear someone fighting. Hear the gunshots? There's another side to this mine. Jesus, where's two? Where's it two? Ah. Must be on this side. Boom, other side.
Hey! Hey! Someone there? I could
Where's
use a
Pam's head?
lift. You are you happen to see a crap. He must have just... Look. What my friends hurt. You help me find him. That's the You point the way.
Alright, let's go, Pam. I have no ammo for you, Pam. Oh no, that's how you do it. Really? That's not the way. Oh. Here we go.
Extra crispy now.
Cool. Fuck's sakes, it's make me do another thing, isn't it? Thank you. That's the only one I wanted active. There's our wounded man. In blackface, of course.
They're back. Please, take care of those. Polly? Polly, please!
Oh, it's Polly, sorry. No, I called her Pam's from Fallout 4. Alright, let's fuck him up. Boom. Kinda hard to aim. Hell yeah. Down this way, yes. These are all the guys we gotta kill. Oh, we can go that high? 5? Thought we could only do 4. Nice. Oh. Y'all can't be this fucking stupid. Yep. Come on. Come on. Oh. Alright, we got no more ammo for you. That all of them? Yep. Yeah. It's not the best gun though. This one's better. Yeah, it's better going this way than walking all the fucking way through that mine, only to need these 2 spots right here that are really close to each other. How do I get here? This way? Yes. No. Fuck. Yes. There we go. Hey, dude.
You're still alive, Polly. Should be more worried about yourself, bucko. Our friends only got room for 1 in here. Are you going to be able to manage on your own?
Oh, thank God. I think I can...
You heard the man, Silver. Hi-ho.
Alright, let's go back to Duchess. Okay. Closest one's this one. There we go. Whoa, what the fuck is on the go here? Who the fuck is attacking him? One liberator. Guys. He almost killed all the
The wayward welcomes
whatever.
all comers, unless you're planning to break something. Then
Dude, you almost broke everything. Fucking hucking grenades at your cattle, dude. It's messed up. Fucking psycho.
Back at long last. But where's our girl?
She didn't get lost, did she?
All right, half the gang reunited. Just have to find our gal, and we'll be all set. Whoa. You're not looking so great, darling.
Duchess, I'm not feeling great.
Why don't you sit her down? Jug should do the trick.
This is real snug.
That's not gonna do it all.
Oh, Polly. This is all my fault.
Solomon, no. Don't you dare. This is not... Duchess, tell me you emptied this out.
Did I? You know, I'm 80%.
Duchess?
It's all right. I can fix this. There's a robotics shop over in Somersville that... Oh.
Solomon, you're going nowhere. Look, I'm sorry to even ask, but is there any chance you might be able to help us out here? I can make it worth your while. Find Polly this new body.
What the fuck is he doing back there?
About Crane and his treasure.
This is a little drunk or something.
Say yes.
I don't know.
Honey, you are a lifesaver. Here.
And here. You'll need this to get into the place. And make sure.
And at the risk of...
Hooray! There we go. We got the lockpick. Usually would pick that earlier. There we go. What the fuck is going on here? Of course I have to follow this guy. Where's he going? What? You read? It's free radical. What the fuck was that all about? The ragstag? Weird. He just... and won't talk. And it won't let me punch him. Okay. Weird. Okay, that was a thing. What? Someone took my damn plant. Damn right I'm reclaiming it. Should probably take a weapon out. No one in the area. Okay. What the fuck? Run, damn it. This should be fun. There's Otator. I feel like if he's out there, Charleston. Hmm. Oh. Is he coming? Nope. Why is it shooting me? I'm supposed to be killing ghouls. Why is my health going down? Must be a teammate. I'm just gonna bug him. See how much this pisses him off. Perhaps. But at a certain point, it's gonna bug you. Do. At this point, I'm just doing it to piss him off. They're trying to defend this shit from God knows what. Oh, I think they gave up on the place. Go figure. At this point, I'm just fucking with them. Doing it on purpose. Thing is he has to keep staying here. Da-da-da-da. I wonder how sick they are of having to defend this shit. Da-da-da-da. I don't care. You don't get to do that.
Now trading for supplies, ammunition, and gear. Resupply here, citizen. Be sure to stock up while you can. Don't face the wasteland without the proper supplies.
Funny if I came my level 300 character and just wiped him out. Must be annoying having to try to defend this place over and over again. How much resources have you lost? Those were there too. Right there. Oh, they made themselves invisible. I can't see you, like, standing there. Oh, they went away. There. Like I give a shit. It's gonna make this noise the whole time since I'm in this area. Probably won't stop attacking itself until I leave too. So we've managed to make these people stay here the whole time. Instead of doing events, all this other shit. He's literally gonna come here and take a bunch of cores and end stream, so now I'm just gonna fuck with him for a while. We're back here. He's still there. See, all this shit's staying in orbit because I'm so close by. Now, let's go back to our camp here. See what happens. Wonder something. Now, how long are you going to stay there? I can literally hear all the destruction coming from that plant from here. Don't have a lot of vendors here this evening, do we? What? I thought I see more at that place. Seriously. Fuck. God damn. Alright, let's just go up there. We haven't been up this way. Does the boy still defend this thing? Yep.
to the Black Bear Lodge, a family-friendly hunting club. I am the Hunt Master for Black Bear Lodge. You must be here to sign up for the tournament. Very well. I'll add your name to the rolls. Each hunter is given 3 animals to track and kill. We've had a recent influx of new species, so don't be surprised when you see your list. I've marked some hunting grounds for you, but any kill made anywhere will count.
Fucking hate floaters. They're so creepy. Yeah. Okay. Isn't there supposed to be a thing right here? Weird. Was it moved? It's literally supposed to be right there. Okay. Oh, look who left the area. No, I don't see him. Should check the teams first. No, he's still around. Just stand here for a second, see what happens. Oh, that's gotta be straight up annoying. Imagine trying to hang out here all trying to defend this and all you hear. It's almost like I used the stupid Fallout glitches against him. Okay, Is he gonna show up? Let's go here. Boop. And it's mine again. Fuck you. And it stopped when I took it. Alright. Let's do what we intend to do. Chill here and take some course. So we are back. And so what we managed to do was take back this camp using psychological warfare. We annoyed the shit out of dude so much he just gave up on the place. Which is fun. Let's go back here so we can kill these liberators right quick. What? There we go. Is there another Grafton monster down here? I hear him. Still there. I can't see him. Why did I do that?
This is a Level 2 nuclear alert. Repeat, this is a Level 2 nuclear alert. The Poseidon Energy Plant WV-06 has suffered a critical failure. Hazmat teams are en route. Please remain indoors and await further instructions.
I just took Charleston landfill. Super mutants. Fuck that. Still there. I'm hoping someone I know travels around here or camp shows up around here. I kind of just want to go down there and fuck with them. Do feed to people.
Heads up, responders. The food processing machines at Mama Dolce's have finally cooled down enough to work again. I've set them up to make cans of stew using the ingredient containers spread around the factory. The machines make a hell of a racket, so you'll probably get some unwanted guests. For real? They go like this. Come on. Fuck. Soy chunks is what we need.
Vegetables. Beef stock. Soy chunks. I got a soy chunk. Look at me. There we go. Ingredients hopper. What's attacking? I don't see anything attacking it. There it is. Fuck's sakes. Yeah, you could have. Whatever. I didn't know there was a thing up there. That's my bad, too. Oh, you got it. No level up. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Almost done 10 levels this evening. Almost halfway to the fucking max level. You played 2 days. Oh, he's gone. Where's the 2? Where's the 2? Is he around here? Did he take my spot? They're going after it. Dude, probably. Did he leave? No, he's still on the team. Back on side. Unowned. Here's our friend.
Protect and serve. Intruder. Identify yourself, please. Intruder. Stand clear. Identify yourself. A free fire zone. Please right there. Stand clear. This is now a free fire zone. So now he's gonna spend all this time here. Just just because. Let's go fuck with him for a second. I need to be in power armor here. Right around here. It's around here. Should be able to find on this train track anyways. For fuck's sake.
Walk away from this fucking, maybe not really, honestly. Too close, it will spawn a scorch. Oh, sorry, they had to deal with some shit. So did I. Some guy stole my camp. So now I'm fucking with him. I believe they have a camp here, or they've just been hiding out here the whole time. There it is. There it is. No, seems that's the beaten path. It's still right there. This way? Maybe so. Still got a bit further to go. Is this the camp? That's theirs. Okay. Can't really attack a fucking a survival tent. They got me there, don't they? I was gonna attack their camp to fuck with them. But there is no camp to attack, it's a survival tent. Too bad. How's our boy doing over here? Is he still hanging out here for no reason? Nope. Alright, we'll take it back. So, to fill you in, someone stole this fucking place from me. What I did
This is a
is I just kept passively walking in here
This is a level 2 nuclear alert.
and having them shoot me over and over again,
Has suffered a critical failure.
which is annoying as balls.
En route. Please remain indoors and await further instructions.
They gave up, but it seemed... Oh, they're still here. Look. He teleported back. Alright, we're just gonna wait here then. See what happens. this point now, I'm just being petty and fucking with him because it's Fallout, man. You don't do this shit to people. Oh. Still around. Not doing tea time, are they? Citizen. It's showing up. Oh. Looks like you gotta come back to defend it. Walked away from it too soon. I might be able to join in on just defending though, just for a laugh. You able to let me join? There we go. Did they lock it this time? Yep. Trying to kill the graph monster. Guys, not the thing we're looking for. What's regenerating? Well. Where's he to? There he is.
This is a level 2 nuclear alert. Repeat, this is a level 2 nuclear alert. The Sidon Energy Plant WV-06 has suffered a critical failure. Hazmat teams are en route. Please remain indoors and await further instructions.
What if he's gonna come for me this time? It's right there. Oh, I think that's him coming. Here he comes. No, it's just that. No, he's not in the area yet. All these people they're just, seriously, they're just doing me a favor by trying to do this, honestly. Because every time they do it, I keep getting plans that I need. I'm reclaiming it. And I'm sure it pisses him off at this point, which is very funny to me. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. They're still in? Yep, both of them. Alright, let's chill here for a bit and take more court. More fusion cores. Yummy. So, what we did is we took this place and then someone stole it from us. And then we proceeded to just bug them by walking up on a place and keep reclaiming it. But, oh yeah. Fusion cores are $3.50 a pop. And they're usually about 50 a pop. $50 caps a pop from normal vendors. Average. So still netted. How many we got? 15, 14. We probably burned a couple too, so we got about 30 out of it. 30 something. We had 0 starting out here. We got like 30. Something on the process. So what I kept doing is I just kept walking back into the camp and reclaiming it at 20 caps. Did that a bunch of times till they literally just gave up. And then one of their teammates tried to reclaim it again, and I did the same thing. And they gave up. And now they are not in our map anymore. I don't see them. So yeah, fuck them. Level 20, man. What are you doing stealing fucking spots on level 20s? It's kind of a shitty move. If I was level 300, I wouldn't do this, but I'm level 20, so I need those cores. It's important. Super important. Especially when I can't fucking just buy them so easily. There we go. So we got a shit ton of cores tonight. We've done a few missions. We progressed the main storyline, and we are at... what level? Where does it show my level? Oh, we got a level. Nice. Okay. No. Strength's good for a while. Let's bring up intelligence. Wait, it says right here what level I'm at. 22. Pretty freaking good. It's 8 levels tonight. And as I consider as a personal petty win, I fucking won the camp war. Goes to show. They were level 100 and something, and me as a level 22, I managed to annoy them out of abandoning that camp. Also, it costs less resources because I'm a lower level to do that shit. Once again, if I was level 300, my level 300 character, that would be like really petty to be doing that shit. And it's not because of the level difference, just because, like, I could just make cores, and I could get cores a million different ways. But right now, like, this is the best way for me to get them. And then to fucking take that away from me was a dick move. Because you'd scroll down. Oh yeah, you have a great night, Tyler. It was really nice chatting with you. And likewise, it was a kind of therapeutic conversation, wasn't it not? But yeah, you take care. Try to stay cool as best you can, and have a great evening. But yeah, like I was saying, if I was level 300 doing that, I could make cores any which way. Oh yeah, that's where you sleep. But at level 20, like this is literally the only way I can get them at an affordable way. Like there's no one on the map with them. Like, you see much yellow camps here? I don't. Yeah. Like, yeah, like... Okay, we got this... Oh, yeah, not selling anything. Are they white camps? It must be white camps. Yeah, so you see many white camps? No. Like, I'm not... Like... So no one's selling shit. So it's my only way to get cores without paying $3.50 a fucking pop off a vendor. And there's only so many vendors that sell them, and they only have so many. So there's no way I would have got like, what, 30 cores tonight? Otherwise. So at $3.50 a pop, it was well worth my time to fucking annoy the shit out of them. Even at 50, it was worth it. So that's a win-win as far as I'm concerned. And I made them spend most of their night defending a fucking, a camp. Like, they spent almost 2 hours doing that consecutively. When I was, like, already done with my shit. I would have been done, like, what? Oh my god, we almost got 8 hours in. Yeah, like, I would have been done hours ago, and then that happened. I was just gonna end the stream and just let that run sitting at that camp. And just, like, get, like, 30 cores and leave. And just sit there, literally, just waiting. But because they took the camp, I thought it would be funny to do what I would have done to get it back. Alright, let's go back one more time. Somebody's shooting my camp. Hey, asshole. Alright, let's see if we can get another core out of this place, and then we're gonna end this. Almost 8 hours into this. I literally want to end this at like 5. So we spent 3 hours fucking with these people. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Alright, that's good enough. Like, I would have ended this at like 5 hours. And then, just sat here for like, with this game minimized. Like, watching something. While, I gathered core, so I just would have just went. This. Stood here, like so. And people usually leave you alone when you're doing that because they know what you're doing. They know you're farming and just like, ah, fuck, I'll just go to another map. But that prick decided to take this shit from me. Because look at all the work that's done, right? And instead of fucking leaving this be, they just steal it. It's like, yeah, that's a dick move. In the world of Fallout, I know the mechanics are there, but like in the world of Fallout, like you don't do that to lower levels. I wouldn't do it to a lower level. If anything, I'd drop by and help them out and drop them off some stimmies and all that shit, you know? But no, comes in, fucking just tries to kill the Buzz. Well, I killed your Buzz, baby. Because that definitely was not fun, fucking what I made them go through. Can't say it was much fun for me, but once again, I was just gonna sit there and fucking watch some shit. And I just fucked with them. So that was kind of fun for me, somewhat. Alright, so we're gonna leave this here. Yeah. I maybe have to reflect on myself for doing that shit, because, yeah, that was kind of stupid. But, you know, whatever. Sometimes being petty is fun. And I found that a little fun. So we're gonna have, we're gonna wish y'all a good evening, and, yeah, we're gonna raid out here, and, yeah, we'll see you on the next stream. I don't know if I'm gonna be on tomorrow. Got some family shit to do. I doubt I'm gonna stream tomorrow, but, you'll definitely see us Sunday. We're going to continue the journey with our new character at Fallout 76. So, yeah, have a great evening, and we'll see you on that one.